Alrighty, we should be live. Gonna check the usual bits and then we will get going. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Alrighty. Hey guys, River the Rager. Hope you're having a fantastic day and welcome back to my little universe. We're back. We're doing it yet again. Yeah. Ice cube gets stuck in my lips. Alrighty, so last time we were on Dragonora, and we had just come back from Windrum? Yes, Windrum. And we had some mining that we did over there so we could upgrade our tools. So our axe and our pickaxe are about to be upgraded. We just have to get some planks going on Dragonora for the Dragonwood planks, or the fuck they call them. It's a different kind of plank. Different wood on Dragonora. That's a good question. I'm gonna look at what they actually call them because I'm curious what the name of that is. So we're about 70% of the way done. Should be done between today and tomorrow. We'll finish her up. We will say goodbye to my little universe. Forever. No more. No more universe. Okay, let's see. I do want to see, what do they call these planks? So that is hardwood and hard plank. Okay, I thought it was going to be like dragon wood or dragon planks, but nope, just hardwood. Simple. Okay. So we want to level these up, but we can't because we need the planks. We need 60 each. So we need 120. Which means we need 1,200 wood. There we go. Got stuck for a second there. Look at this sorted, and then we'll go back in the dungeon. Wait for it. Fire! Get them bees. Where with the bees, man? Alright. Almost there. Go. Finish that off. Alright, now we can make the planks. 126, that'll work. Okay, then we got some more stuff to do with armor. Just need a lot more planks there, so. But yeah, I don't want to bother with that until we get the upgraded axe. Makes it easier to get the wood. So let's keep chopping these down, I suppose. Till it's ready. There we go. Okay, axe time. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 hits, not bad. Had it at 558. Almost 608, so that's basically 50. So I get about 50 on each tree. Not too bad. Oh my god, waiting on the planks is like the worst part of this game. Whenever you gotta make planks from ingots, it's, oh my god, it's a nightmare. Because it's not like it's a pain in the ass, it just takes forever, you know? Time sinks, man. Time sinks annoy the crap out of me. Okay, can we upgrade this anymore? No, we need azurite now. I mean, I know where I can go get some azurite, but I don't want to do that right now. I'd rather explore this place. Okay. Might as well take the wood I got, chuck it in here. Let her go. That's another 60, so we'll move on then. Yeah. We gotta free that guy. Hey, we got an upgrade. Still not a good upgrade. Okay, back down to the dungeon. Is it left or right? I think it was right, yeah, because left is the portal. I think I'm not even killing these rats. You just stab them one time. Just so rude. So rude to the rats. Yeah, this is the only place we got to go right now. Right up, yeah. Okay. Let's see, this way. Oh, okay, so I'll go fuck myself, and I just won't have fireproof, I guess? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but... What? So, I didn't have fireproof. I walked past the switch, but the switch decided to not turn the fire off. Whew, okay, that got me heated real quick. Because this is such a cozy fucking game, right? And then it's like, nah, just die, fam. Lol. Oh, it takes 80,000 years to upgrade because you need a billion PC or PC XP, whatever the fuck, right? See, I'm so fucking annoyed that I can't even form a correct sentence right now. Like, brother, you guys make it impossible to get XP in this game, and then it's like, oh yeah, here, by the way, fuck yourself. Like, what? Okay, cool. I'll just die, randomly lose one of my things because, sure. That's fine. That's fair, I guess. Fuck you. Okay, we have a cube. I don't know where it goes. Have to come back to that later. Ugh, so annoying. I mean, it was only area effect on the pickaxe, though. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Actually, was it area effect? What was it? No, we have area effect pickaxe. Did it really take away my area effect on the axe? Ugh. That means getting trees is going to be harder. Now you guys see why I'm thinking about just an all-spear build. Because that just seems like it'd be better to just focus entirely on speed for the spear. Just more ability damage on the spear. And you can mine wherever you want because it doesn't matter. Once you use the power strike. Hell, even without the power strike, it'd go pretty quick. Okay, red key that way. Adolf, really? Come on now. Oh, well, 28 off, so. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. Makes progress. We'll do this one first. And then finish up this one. Okay, 220. 200. There you go, 220 there. And 200 here. Bounce back and forth. What do we got this way? Ah, okay, this is where we gotta bring the box, right? Here we go. Yep. There we go. Bring this right around here. We fly. Nice. You guys gotta build like a staircase back over this way. Or not, just an area I drop down, I guess. That's not risky at all. Game's trying to get me killed, I swear. Okay, we got our lever. Got a whole bunch of fireworks. There we go. I like how colorful the fireworks are. They're very brightly colored, I like it. Come on. Come on, little buddy. There you go. Takes forever with anything in this game. Spawn rates are crazy. Ah. Getting stuck in half these bridges. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. I don't know where we're... I mean, we're in a fireworks factory, obviously, but... Just wondering where we're going with all this. It's leading up to something. Maybe a big boss fight with a dragon. I mean, obviously, we're in a planet full of dragons, so... Duh. Dragon world. Make sure I heard somebody mention, Aragon the other day. Just a Like, I only ever knew it as a movie. I didn't realize it came from a book series. But yeah, it's like a movie about a dragon. Sick. Kind of a sick fantasy story, not gonna lie. And just anytime there's dragons, though, it's pretty cool. Merlin. Merlin's something with a dragon. Like John Hurt playing the dragon on Merlin. Peak dragon fiction right there. Love to see it. The shame they just did not continue with Merlin. Merlin had clearly like 4 more seasons in it that you could have easily done, but for some reason they just got rid of it. They were like, no, it's not good. It's like, what do you mean it's not good? Like, just keep making the thing. And now, of course, like, you have schlock on television, you know? You have garbage on television that gets a bunch of attention and people watch it. It's like, that's the problem with the lowest common denominator, right? You lose so much quality because the average man... I shouldn't say the average man. I should say the common man is just trash. Like, there's, it's like the common man truly is a fool, as they say. It's just like, why? Why are people the way they are? Where they just like, it's fine to like simple things, right? I'm not against that. Like, liking the simplicity of something is fine, so long as the thing itself is not of a low quality, right? If there's a thing that's layered, fantastic. It's when you make a thing that's not layered, that is just basic surface level emotion. It's like, what are you conveying with the story? Nothing, I mean, hell, before television even, this has always been a thing with human beings. It's just how we're wired. And people like William Shakespeare pointed out far before, entertainment conglomerates and shit became a thing. It was just, he said, what was it that Shakespeare said? He said, God damn it, I just had it in my head and now it's gone. Yeah. God damn, oh my god. Whereas like lowest common denominator. What the fuck was it he said? I had the quote in my head 2 seconds ago and I just... Yeah, the tale told by an idiot. That's what it is. Yeah, one of his most famous quotes is, it's the tale told by an idiot. Life is but a poor player, struts and frets his hour upon the stage, then is heard no more. Is the tale told by an idiot, signifying sound and fury. Full of sound and fury. Signifying. Okay, so the actual quote. Hold on, it's coming back to me now. The whole thing. I want to get it right because it's a specific way he worded this. And William Shakespeare was a wordsmith. Life is but a poor player who struts and frets his hour upon... all the world's a stage, and the people on it merely actors. Life is but a poor player who struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard... struts and frets his hour upon the stage. And then it is heard no more... Fuck. Somewhere in there he makes mention of, it is a... Yeah... full of sight and full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It is a tale told by an idiot, basically. So Shakespeare had contempt for people, rightfully so, because people are fucking morons. Like, imagine being somebody of William Shakespeare's intellect, right? Being educated far in advance of the common man. Like, the common man had no education, right? And even the educated guys were still fucking idiots, right? Proving that there is no accounting for intelligence, right? You actually do have to be smart. It's not like a genetic thing of like, oh, some people are just smarter than others. That's not how it works. Like, you need to put work into being intelligent. You actually have to be mature in more than just your cellular rate, People grow up and they think that, oh, I'm an adult, therefore I am valid. It's like, your existence is valid. You as a person, no. Because, you're allowed to exist. That's fine. Your existence should not be held hostage by things like, money, right? Like, everybody has the right to food, water, and shelter. This I believe, And then, from there, you're supposed to build more of yourself. The problem is when people achieve food, water, and shelter, and they live in the scarcity mindset, and then they say, okay, now everything I do in my hobbies and my spare time will be an extension of food, water, and shelter. It's like, no, you're missing the point. You're stuck, right? And most of the time, it's through no fault of their own. People just get fucking tired of the world. especially with media nowadays, like social media and all this bullshit. Also, I hate that term, by the way. I think it's a bullshit term they use to, like, social media. No, the fuck it's not. It's not social. There's nothing social about supposed social media. Where's the social part of it? Oh, it forms a community and stuff. Well, no, people form communities. The platform itself, it's just a platform, right? It's just a way for the community to come together in appreciation of a common thing, right? The idea of the internet was that it was the new town square, right? That was the idea, was that you took the usual interactions we would have with book clubs and things, and then you put them online, which made it easier to access, which is great until you realize that that isolates the members of that community from each other, right? Which is already shit. But then, on top of that, you're then allowing anybody to enter that community, whether they fit that community or not, right? Anybody can claim themselves to be part of a thing, to be like, oh yeah, I play this game, or I watch this show, or whatever, I'm a fan of this thing. Are you, though? Do you know what a fan is? Because people don't know what fans are, right? People don't understand what fan actually means, right? We got the other key, by the way. So, the thing with fans, right? Fans are fanatics. Fan is short for fanatic, or fanatical, right? And so what is a fanatic? Well, usually you'll hear it in the derogatory sense. Hence why, you know, a fan is a thing, right? The shortening of it was to distance it from the use in classic literature, which is to say that if someone is fanatical, then that sort of conjures images of, you know, religious extremism, things like this, you know, or, you know, you're a fanatic. It's like you're just a crazy fanatic, you know, that type of thing. But shortening it to fan allowed it to be, hey, it's fan. It sounds like fun. We're having fun with being fanatical. Like, we are obsessed with this thing, but in a fun way, right? And there are some people who take that way too far, right? You can tell. So the worst parts, right? This is the ultimate irony of a fandom, right? Is the worst part is usually the biggest fans, usually the worst part, right? Because they embody the classical idea of fanaticism, in that they are obsessed with a thing so much that it is to the detriment of themselves and to the detriment of the interactions they have with the general public, right? And this is the problem with, you know, fandoms nowadays, right? And gatekeeping and whatnot. Basically, gatekeeping failed, right? Gatekeeping, well, to be fair, the gate doesn't keep itself, right? People failed. Fans of IPs have failed completely to keep their IPs to themselves. So, for instance, something like Warhammer, right? It's highly sanitized from what it was supposed to be. It used to be grimdark and hard and all this shit and edgy, you know, and maybe a little overblown, maybe to an extreme, but that's the idea. It's the grim dark of the far future. There is only war, you know? Like, that's the entire point, right? So that's the issue with fandom nowadays, is people claim to be a fan of something. They may have an interest in something, and that's fine if you're interested in something, right? We want people to be interested in things. But if you're going to be a fan of something, you have to actually know the thing inside and out, right? And I'm not saying you need to go buy merch and all this bullshit, but it's actually something you see with a lot of these so-called fans. They'll actually use this as a weapon. You'll see a lot of people that defend bad practices of businesses, so Star Wars comes to mind. You'll see a lot of people online who, they can have their opinion, you know, may not be valid, but it's their opinion, they're allowed to have it, no matter how wrong it is, right? To coin a phrase. But it's just, you'll notice, if you ever notice a bad take on something, ask yourself, what does the background of this person look like, right? So, the background of some of these creators, right? They don't really create anything. They mostly just comment on things and say, oh yeah, this is cool. I'm part of the community. When it's like, are you though? Or are you just a guy who got into this after the fact, and do you even deserve to be here, you know? And that's not to give anybody imposter syndrome. It's to say, okay, prove yourself. What are your credentials? Do you know the subject matter you're interacting with, right? But if you notice in the background of videos that people will do when they, specifically the guys that will defend bad takes and stuff, like, and you'll find this either way, either in support of the company or in defamation of the company, right? Or not defamation, in critique of the company, let's say. Either way, either if you get guys that are extremely critical of the company, or if they are extremely biased toward the company and they just have a laissez-faire attitude. It's like, it's fine that they're taking the thing you like and altering it to be something that you don't like. It's fine. Like, those guys, awful. Just as awful are the guys on the other side. There's no nuance to this. Everybody likes to pick an extreme. That's how the world works. And they just pick a side and they go, yeah, fucking my side, your side, whatever. Except then you end up critiquing the thing so much that you don't remember why you love the thing you love to begin with, right? Which is, hey, it's because of this part of this, you know? Why do you like Star Wars? Oh, because it's a big action adventure thing, and it's you know, it's cool, it's hip, right? It's got, you know, kick-ass action scenes and cool characters and stuff. And you can find those in any other medium. Why the fuck do you continue talking about the thing you don't like, right? I don't walk around all day talking about Star Trek. I talk about old Star Trek, right? I talk about the good old days of Star Trek. And, you know, Star Wars, I was never super huge on Star Wars. I like Star Wars, but I'm not one of these people that's going to claim to be a super fan of Star Wars. But it's the people that always claim to be the biggest fans of something that are never really the biggest fan of something, right? They are using their fan status as a shield to say, oh, well, I'm a fan of this thing, and I like the thing, therefore, I'm a better fan than you are. Or vice versa, you get the thing where it's, oh, okay, that's a whole dragon. Oh, we're freeing the dragons. We're not fighting the dragons. Cool. Because I didn't want to fight a dragon anyway. I like dragons. I don't want to beat up dragons. It's not fun. So yeah, I guess the dragons are imprisoned. We're freeing them. Yeah. Anyway, but to finish off this line of reasoning, people that, if you look in the background of a lot of these people, you usually see highly curated content rooms. They don't feel like real rooms that somebody's actually put together. The background will look very meticulously designed, right? So in the case of Star Wars, you'll see a lot of these posers that'll be like, oh yeah, you know, if you don't like it, don't buy it type of guys, right? You watch their videos where they're calling out other people for critiquing the material, and they may be right in calling out those particular people in saying, but instead of saying, hey, I agree with your critique, but I think you went a little far. I agree in this way, but I think you need to be careful of not lumping this in with this. Again, this would require nuance from either side for them to be like, you know, give credit where credit is due. No, they don't do that. But all these people that criticize the critics, right? All the people that are like critical of the criticism, they always have these backgrounds. Pay attention to any of these videos. If you see a video where the take sounds bad, look at their background and see, is it a normal looking background? Is it a normal looking room like this? Because this is just a normal room, right? I don't have a streaming room. I don't have any fucking real setup behind me for that. I could reorient this room and put up some of my decorative bits and whatnot. I mean, I've got what I have, right? I have some shelves over here. I recently moved them. They used to be over here, and they used to have a bunch of Funko Pops on. I'm like, okay, well, I need a space for my DVDs, because my DVDs are starting to get crazy. So I just moved some stuff around like 3 weeks ago, and I put everything up here on the dresser, right? So it's over here. It's out of the way. But I have the shelves. The shelves hold the DVDs. They hold a couple of books, and then on top of that, I have the books. And then behind those, I have all the Funkos popped up in like one line of stuff. You know, it's easy to see, right? Everything has its place. But I'm not taking all that and I'm not putting it behind me to be like, I am a super fan of whoever, right? But you'll see these people. Like, they'll have shelves, and the shelves won't be filled with anything, right? They won't be maximizing the shelf space. They will be using one part of the shelf for displaying one thing that's like a statue or something that costs them $300. You know, that kind of shit. And specifically with the Star Wars guys, I saw one where he had like a bunch of trooper helmets, which is cool. I'm glad he has those. But why is it in every video? Why is it that I can look at 7 different people who all have the same train of thought, and then they also have a similar background, which is, let me put all of the stuff behind me that looks like the thing. Now, this is different than somebody like Ackman, right? Ackman does this. He decorates his background, but it's always themed, right? So if you've seen any of Ackman's videos, you'll know that, I mean, I think he recently moved, but the room he used to do his, video in, right, his visuals, right, for the camera, his setup was, like, downstairs. I think he was in a basement or something, and there was, like, a fireplace behind him. So he had a mantle. What he would do is he would put things on the mantle in the background, but you could tell there was still, like, a DVD shelf and stuff in the background that had nothing to do with the video at all, right? It was just there. That was a daily use thing far in the background. That was just there because it was cool. And then he would, like, dress up a bit. I think he did a Gears of War video, like, why is Gears of War so awesome? And he had, like, he shaved his face to be, like, the goatee, like, what's his face in Gears of War? The main guy in Gears of War, I forget his name. Damn it, I've not played Gears of War in a hot minute. We need to go back through the trilogy properly, because I haven't played the Gears of War trilogy since I was 10, something like that. It's been a fucking minute, right? And he has, like, that stuff, he has stuff behind him, but he'll theme his setup, right? So if you look behind him in a video about Halo, you'll see he's put his Master Chief helmet, which is usually far in the background, he'll take it out of the background and put it up on the mantle, right? That's fine. That's fandom. That's what that is because he's making a point in the video to talk about the thing. So he's curating his background to be themed around the thing he's currently talking about, because he's making a whole video dedicated to that one thing. Okay, cool. But you can also see it's a normal room behind him. There's no fancy RGB lights or whatever. Now, I don't know if he's going to do that with his new setup, if he's going to make it all streamer or whatever, right? I just don't... It feels fake. It feels sanitized. It doesn't feel right when you look at that kind of thing, because you look at it and your brain knows there's something off, right? It's the same thing as when you hear corporate speak. Anytime someone says, oh, well, we have to optimize to reach our goals this quarter, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The synergies of the team, and what does any of this mean? Team player. Team player is a big one. If you've ever had a job, there are 2 words you're going to hear that management will use, guaranteed. I don't care if you work in a pizza... You got to work at, like, a mom-and-pop pizza shop where the person hiring you was also at, like, the Little League games growing up, you know? Like, they were there catering the place or something. Like, I kind of... Or, like, they had... You went to school with their kids type of shit, right? That's the level you need to hit. Did we get everything? Yeah, we got everything. We don't even need to be in here now. But that's the level you need to hit, right? Otherwise, when you're in an employed position, no matter what industry you're in, you're going to hear 2 words. We're like a family, right? We're a family. We're like a family, you know? I heard that one from the person that fired me. Her first words out of her mouth when she became my manager. Mind you, I had seniority in this location because I'd been there 2 years, and then she came in and over the course of 4 months had managed to take what I was doing, which was my job for 2 years, as some sort of offense, and then decided that because I, basically told her that her methods are stupid, that I should be fired, basically. Staffing redundancy is what it was. It was that they had leased another store. I was therefore no longer valuable, right? Not economically viable, as, falling down might suggest. And so they were like, get rid of you, get rid of the other guy you work with, get rid of, like, I don't even know if the third guy we were working with was there, but he seemed a little more, not to say this in a bad way, but he seemed more meek, more normal, like less prone to call out bullshit, right? Which is probably why he's still there, because, they want people that'll do the job, shut up, and not question anything. You hired the wrong guy for that. Good luck. Once all the old people, like, get the fuck out of the way and go retire or whatever, good luck getting anybody in any industry to put up with your bullshit. My generation has no fucks to give. Like, we will go into... We'll die in a ditch, bro. We already don't like living. We already don't like the world. Well, if you lose your job, then you just have... Like, wait, so let me get this straight. I can go live in a van down by the river? Fucking peak. Say less. But yeah, no, that's one, right? That was the first words out of her mouth was, I treat my employees like family. I had an iffy feeling day one. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I don't want to name names, but it's like, okay, sure, manager lady. I'll believe that when I see it. And lo and behold, didn't see it. Because you know what I've never had? I've never had a family member fire me from the family before. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing families do. Unless you're a piece of fucking shit and you get excommunicated from your family. That's, like, your whole family cuts you off. Whatever. Anyway, there's that, and then the other one, which is a fun one, is team player. That was the second thing that she said. Literally, first and second thing. Like, first day when I met her. It's like, oh, okay, cool. And then, like, team player and that. And because I told her up front, I'm like, look, I don't mind doing all this, whatever. I'm paid enough to do my job, not somebody else's job, but I'll worry about stuff. If you need something done, you know, that's not a common thing that I'm supposed to be doing every day. Let me know specifically how you want it done, and I'll do it. I have this dumb idea where honesty is the best policy. Like, plot twist, in American employment, no, it's not. You're not allowed to be honest. You have to suck up and kiss ass and whatever. And that's not to say it doesn't happen in other countries. It's just over here, you know, it's a lot more nepotism. I mean, there's nepotism everywhere, but yeah. The point being, I was honest and upfront because I thought it was best that we communicate in that way. She immediately said, "Oh, so I take it you're not a team player then? You know, what I'm hearing is you're not a team player." And I'm thinking, bitch, I don't care what you heard. That's not what I said. But, you know, typical woman takes everything you say and twists it into what you didn't say, right? Because they just do that. I don't know what the deal is. And that's not strictly to women. There's really weird fucking dudes that'll do that too. Like it's not exactly a gender thing. It's just that men do it less often than women, right? Women do it more than men do. Is they'll take something you said, twist it, and then get it worked in their brain, get all up in their feelings, and then be surprised when you don't agree. It's like, wait, so why are you mad at me for something I didn't say just because you imagined what I meant? Instead of just asking me what exactly I meant so I could clarify? Like, again, it's a whole thing. But yeah, team player family, that's fucked. So yeah, corpo speak, fandom shit, it's all like the same thing. It's not the same. But like you'll hear sometimes people say like, oh, it's two sides of the same coin type of thing, right? Like politically, you have Democrats and Republicans. You know, one end is like it's like that. When it comes to Democrats and Republicans, it's like one side of the coin is half dirty, and then when you turn the coin over, the back is completely rusted and terrible, and you feel like you're gonna get hepatitis just by touching it. So the dirty end is Republicans, obviously. But if you turn it over, it's like the other one's just kind of greasy and smudgy, and you don't like it. So like both are not great. But one is definitely, like, preferred over the other when you're forced, you know, because we're forced. We are forced to have one or the other in this country, simply because. But off the politics. But yeah, you'll hear that a lot, where people will compare two things and be like, oh, it's two sides of the same coin. You know, it's when two things are acting similarly. When it comes to basically people's, like, feelings about their own worldview and everything, it's, like, you know, corpo speak, fake, like, posers in fandoms, fake fans and shit, right? You get a lot of these, like, it's not two sides of the same coin. At that point, with so many different facets of society that lies about things and makes everything about themselves, it's no longer a coin. There's not enough room on a coin for all these different facets. It's like fucking, it's like a D20. It's like a freaking dodecahedron, you know, it's a 20-sided die, and when you roll it, you land on yet another shitty option. But yeah, no, it's ugh. The whole thing. But yeah, that's just how I feel about it anyway, with fandoms and shit, is, you know, are you actually a fan of something, or do you just have an interest in that thing? Again, it's fine if you have an interest, but please shut the fuck up if an actual fan of something is talking. Like, don't make that about you, right? Don't make people regret being part of the thing, right? By your very presence. And that goes for if you are highly into something and obsessed with it, and you make that entire thing your personality, and that's like your one hobby in the whole world. Okay, cool. Don't make yourself obsessed with that, you know? It's just, okay, cool, great. Like the one guy that fought, what's his name? The guy that was in charge of Nintendo, I think it's like Randy or whatever, like the guy that people liked, that was the head of Nintendo for a while. He was like, people liked him, he had a good personality. But there was a tournament for Smash Bros. At some point, and it was fun. They were like, oh, okay, let's get the head of Nintendo down here to, you know, fight the champion. You know, wouldn't that be kind of fun if they had a quick little match? Of course, the champion whoops him into the dirt, right? It, like, just destroys him completely. It just, like, no contest, right? And so, of course, the kid afterwards, and when I say kid, I mean, he was like 16 or whatever. Or 16, 17, something like that. Younger guy, right? And afterwards, he's like, oh man, I just beat you at your own game. And, you know, trash talking, as gamers do. Nothing wrong with that. So, of course, Randy hits him with the absolute burn. I just heard about this years ago, and I always thought it was funny. It's like the sickest fucking burn, because he just looks at the kid and he's like, you spend 16 hours a day practicing Smash Bros. I spend 16 hours a day running a billion-dollar company. You know, like, that's... And not in a mean way. It's like, dude, you're gloating about beating somebody who's not even part of the thing, right? So, that's how I feel about it, is, you know, you have... If you make something your entire personality, that's fine if you really enjoy that thing. But you need to be doing it because you enjoy the thing, not because you can use it as a weapon against other people, right? Weaponizing your hobby is a terrible thing. Alternatively, right, subsuming someone else's hobby and then using it as a weapon against them by changing it is not cool either, right? There's this guy, I forget his name, this, I don't want to say Asian guy, I'm not sure what he is. He's on the... He might be like a Pacific Islander or something. He's on the tanner side, maybe Filipino. I don't know. But he's kind of a round faced guy, and he wears like a suit constantly. He dresses immaculately, and he has these things. He does these videos where he'll clickbait the title talking about whatever recent drama there is. But when you click on the video, it's not at all about that, and it's literally just sort of like cool uncle energy or like fatherly energy, you know, to the video. And I don't think this guy's much older than I am. He's probably like only in his 30s or whatever. But he does this thing where he'll just basically sit down and examine it and be like, why do you care? That's not important. You're just getting sucked up in people type and whatever. A lot like how Danny on Game Grumps, he's got this, you know, Danny Stackbang. He's got this thing where he'll, there's this clip of Danny saying, you know, I know that you're like on the, or like it's for like when you're on Twitter or whatever, and it's like, I know you can get caught up in it, but let's all take a minute, take a deep breath, and realize you don't really care about that. Basically the same attitude from this other guy. This I forget his name, but he does this thing basically calling out the culture war, and on both sides, and I fucking hate it too, right? I hate that there's a culture war. Like, I was at a convention this year, and there's some asshole next to me wearing some kind of fucking, you know, and I don't care about the, like, politics of people that much, you know. I mean, if you support MAGA, you're nothing but a fucking Nazi, because you're just, like, you're against the Constitution, you're, and by extension, I shouldn't just say MAGA, I should say, if you identify as a Republican, you say, yeah, yay, Republicans, like, okay, you are gone. You are fucking gone at the point. I hate the Democrats, too. Only difference is, I have the balls to say I am neither, right? You don't. You are in your tribalist stage, and you're picking sides, you know? My side, your side, my side, your side, you know? It's fucking stupid. But I saw that, and I'm like, man, I don't want to be standing next to this guy just so I can buy this book, right? You know, and to the credit of the creator, the actual book, right? You know, it you know, talking about, like, the books that I've read from them so far, there's nothing in it, like, racially or politically about anything. It's like, yeah, this is just life for these people. This is, like, a comic that is apolitical. There's nothing in it that is any big thing. Now, you can debate the whole art versus artist thing, and, you know, by buying that, you're supporting that person. But at the end of the day, you buying one book is not going to... Because you're... Unless you are giving money to, like, the Republican National Convention, the RNC or the VNC or whatever, unless you are, like, a billionaire or whatever, like, they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about your votes, right? And when I say they, I mean all politicians. They don't give a fuck about your votes, right? You know, and this isn't like an accept or a but, like, Bernie Sanders doesn't count as a politician. He's not a politician. He's an activist pretending to be a politician, right? That's what he's always been. I've just been here harvesting because we're talking. But yeah, no, back to the point. The point being is you don't really... Oh, fuck. You don't really care about that. The culture war doesn't actually matter. And not that, like, oh, you don't care about people. I care about people. I just don't care about your culture war. I don't care if somebody is, like, race swapped in a story, right? If they race swap a character. I don't care as long as the character's good. The problem is the character's never good. So that swings me right back around to, fuck you, why'd you change it? Because every single time they change something like that, it's always just to do it, and it's never to enhance the story in any way, shape, or form, right? You know? It's, okay, great example. I'm watching Doctor Who recently. I am finishing up, I'm on, like, I think I'm on the last episode of Jon Pertwee's Doctor. I'm on Planet of the Spiders. I believe that's the last episode for Jon Pertwee. It's about to transition to Tom Baker's Doctor, the 4th Doctor. So we're about to go from 3 to 4. God damn it, my leg is still cold, I swear. I looked it up online, and it said, like, if you have cold knees, it could be bad circulation or dislocation. I know it's not dislocated, I know that much. But it's, like, bad circulation or osteoarthritis, you know, so it's like arthritis, right? Arthritis in your joints is what osteo means. But yeah, it's something. It's just annoying because it's like that one side of my knee is cold for some reason. I don't know. Weird. Anyway, so I'm watching Doctor Who, and in that, it has a great example. Have I just been yapping for 45? I've been yapping for like the last 45 minutes about this shit. But I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to chill. Because I have nothing else to do in this game. I literally just tool around, grabbing whatever, and the only commentary I can give is, ah, cool, new world, let's upgrade this, let's do that. It's like, there's only so much of that you can say before it gets boring. And, you know, chill games are better for just yapping about whatever. Anyway, so I'm watching Doctor Who, and Sarah Jane Smith, who is, like, one of the iconic companions of Doctor Who, she's made her first appearance with Jon Pertwee's Doctor. Near the end, like, he used to hang out with this chick called Jo Grant, who was closer, unfortunately, to his granddaughter in the first Doctor. Like, the first Doctor, he used to adventure with a granddaughter, and basically all she was there for was to go, ah, a monster! That's mostly what she did, which is the unfortunate thing. But as time has gone on, now that we're getting to Sarah Jane Smith, we're getting a lot more things about, you know, they're using it as a platform to talk about, you know, things that the Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith care about, like environmentalism and women's lib, you know, because again, at the time, it was all... You know, that was not third wave feminism. That was like second wave feminism. So the reason people don't like third and fourth wave feminism is because it doesn't link to the other two. So first wave feminism is like suffragettes. So 1800s, women don't have the right to vote, all this shit. They want the right to vote and, you know, more equality, right? Good. Second wave of feminism is somewhere around, it's about 100 years later, right? So this is usually how the world works, is we have 100-year cycles of things. It takes about 100 years for culture to shift and for progress to be made, which is the unfortunate thing, because we've gone backwards at this point. The 2020s are looking like the 1920s, and not in any way that is good. It's all pretty shit right now. Anyway, so you have like this women's lib thing at the time. So they write a character, Sarah Jane Smith, who has this whole kind of women's lib bent to her of, I'm a journalist, I'm a woman, I don't need no man type of thing. Now, she gets scared and whatever, and that's the great thing. She's a flawed human being. She is a little overwhelmed sometimes by the Doctor, but she's there for the adventures and, you know, whatever. And she's also kind of sticking up for herself, like, how dare you, you know? I never type of shit, right? But not bitchy Karen type of way. She's doing it in a way that makes sense for her to just stand up for herself as a person, right? For her personhood, as some might say. And that's great. I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this is not preachy. She's not like every episode talking about women's labor or whatever. It's just snuck in here or there. It's cute. It's fun to mention that. And it gives her character a little bit of a, you know, she doesn't defer to the Doctor on everything, right? She might not understand what the hell the Doctor's talking about, because it's the Doctor. Who the hell ever knows what the Doctor's talking about? He babbles at 5 miles an hour, like he's a mile a minute. It's crazy, and he's always talking about some highly advanced thing that humans have no idea about. So of course she's a little confused sometimes, but she got the spirit, you know. And that's how you write a character like that. The problem is you don't get characters like that written anymore. You don't get a Sarah Jane Smith, a Samantha Carter. The problem is you get a lot of these people referencing movies and not referencing series. So you get people referencing, say, Sigourney Weaver in Alien with Ripley, that kind of thing, which is fine. That is a strong female character, right? That is a good example of that. But a lot of the times you don't get people pointing out the more subtle, nuanced things, like Samantha Carter in Stargate SG-1, who didn't just say, "Oh, I'm a woman, respect me." She said, "I'm a professional, respect me." I believe her actual line when she first meets, Jack. It's so funny because all these tough Marine dudes are sitting around the table in their, in their dress uniforms, whatever. They're having a meeting for, discussing the Stargate and all that. And oh, cool! This is giving me wood and bones. Nice. But they're discussing the Stargate, the mission they're about to go on. This is the first episode. This is Children of the Gods, Part 1, Part 2, I believe is the pilot episode. So it's a two-parter pilot, as sometimes they are. And it's Children of the Gods. So it's the first episode ever of Stargate as a TV show. And they introduce, of course, they're building a cast of characters, right? And by the end of the episode, you see all four of them together, and they, Jack, Teal'c, Daniel, and Sam, Carter, as they usually go by ranks. So Daniel refers either to the title and the person, or he'll refer to the first name. So he'll say Sam or Jack because he likes to be more personable. He's the archaeologist. He's the humanist of the group. It's a whole thing. I love it. But the point being, they're meeting Samantha Carter for the first time, and Samantha Carter, is they don't say Samantha Carter until she reveals herself. It's genius writing. They say Sam Carter, And so you get this idea of oh yeah, it's whatever. So all the Marine guys are sort of giving her chops. Now, not in a rude way. It's not in a, oh, haha, did you play with did you play with astronaut Barbie when you were a kid or whatever? That kind of thing. They're joking with her, basically. They respect her because she's in uniform. They're in uniform. They are all professionals. They respect her on that level. But they're also bros. They're having locker room talk, and they're kind of a woman, whatever. And she shuts them up real quick. She's like, hey, commit. One of them goes, hey, Colonel, have you ever, is it Major or is it Colonel? Okay, hold on. Which one's higher? Because she gets a title upgrade. She ranks up later on. I think it's Major then Colonel, because it's Major and then Colonel, because I think Jack was a Lieutenant Colonel or Lieutenant Major. It's gonna piss me off if I don't know this. Hold on. Let's see. Military ranks in order. What is it? It's a... Okay, it goes... where the fuck? Where's the order? Okay, U.S. Army ranks. I guess that's the closest I'm gonna get. They're in the Air Force. They're not in the Army. They're the Stargate Command is actually part of the Air Force. They're under the Air Force as it's a way to hide it. They hide it inside of the Air Force because the Air Force has the highest budgets, so they can hide a lot of things in aeronautics and high technologies and things. Things which you would not normally see in the Army or whatever. It's like, oh, what are we doing over here at this base? Oh, it's classified. That's part of the Air Force. It's your restricted area, right? They can just say restricted area, it's an Air Force, and they're dealing with alien technology and stuff. So if they make something that flies, they can just say, it's a new design, it's a top secret Air Force project. They're not going to tell them it comes from alien technology, but anyway, plausible deniability helps with that. Okay, so the idea is that with enlisted ranks, you get a private with no insignia, then you get a private with your first stripe, then you get first class, specialist, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant first class, major sergeant, first major, first sergeant, sergeant major. Jesus Christ, this does not help. Okay, hang on, let me see. I'm just gonna look up Samantha Carter now, because it's annoying me. Yeah, she ended up being a general by the end of the series, by the way. Just because it went on for years, and she fucking proved herself. And they also needed somebody with actual experience in fighting aliens and shit to be kind of overseeing a lot of this. So a lot of the team became... I know she became a general. Jack becomes a general. He becomes the leader of the SGC at some point. Yeah, so she was Captain Carter, then Major Carter, and then it was Lieutenant Colonel, because it it sort of followed the progression of Jack, in that Jack O'Neill used to be the leader of SG-1, and then eventually he becomes the leader of the SGC, so he stops going on missions. Carter becomes the new leader of SG-1, and then there's like two other people that fill in. It's a whole kind of a rotating cast. I wish it would have stayed as a rotating cast, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it would have been sick if they continued off of Atlantis to say, oh, Atlantis is here and whatever, and we're going to go out and do new things, but we're going to do, here's SG-1 is back. You know, Stargate SG-1 will continue, but it's going to continue without any of the classic guys. They'll pop in for cameos here or there, but they're older, so you just jump through time a couple of years to explain why they look older, and then there you go. But it was sort of like humanity was starting to enter an intergalactic golden age, right? It was about to be like revealing all the alien tech. They were sort of forced by the end of Stargate Atlantis to say, yeah, we got to reveal all this alien tech to people now. It's time we step, like they had like ships that were starting to do warp travel and stuff. It was, yeah, hyper travel or hyperspace travel as they actually called it. But yeah, so she was a major whatever. So when she started, she was a captain. She was Captain Carter, right? And the guy goes like, you know, oh, Captain Carter, yeah, cool. And she, Captain Carter, did you ever, you know, have you ever pulled like 6 Gs in a F-22 or whatever the fuck, doing whatever, like talking about dogfights and shit? And she's just like, actually, yes. And he's like, and Kowalski just shut up real quick. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. It's like, yes, I have. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Challenging the credentials, not saying that a woman couldn't do that. Like, I don't want a woman around here. She can't fit in. Questioning if she was there as a, for lack of a better term, a diversity hire, right? Was she there just to be a woman in the military? Was she there because she was a military personnel who happened to be a woman? The second one, right? The latter was that she was military personnel and she happened to be a woman. The funniest part was that Jack O'Neill, and she goes on this whole thing of like, you know, look, just because I'm, you know, just because my reproductive organs are on the inside instead of the outside, that doesn't make me any less of a, you know, whatever. It's like, you're gonna, because Jack was starting to address her in that moment as, you know, Carter, or you know, like Dr. Carter or whatever. And she corrected him and said, no, it's proper to give me my military rank. I've earned that. It's just that he viewed her more as a scientist, and he didn't want another scientist on team. He couldn't give it, and he even explicitly tells her he doesn't give a damn about, you know, her gender, right? I could care less that you're a woman. I care that you're a scientist. What I don't need is another Poindexter. Can you do this, whatever? And she rattles off some of the combat stuff she's done. It's like, and he's like, all right, she can come, cool with me. Like, that's how you do it. That's your character like that. And again, I don't hear anybody, like, because there's nothing to really say with a character like that. There's nothing to really expound upon in your culture war, right? You can't use that as a martyr in the culture war to say, look at this wonderful character who was so perfect and great, and we love them because they, you know, embody everything amazing about us, right? It's the Ubermensch fallacy, right? The idea, or I don't know if it's a real fallacy. I'm just using the word fallacy. It's like the fallacy of the Ubermensch, right? Hitler took the ideas of Nietzsche, or Nietzsche, whatever the fuck. You know, I don't know. I always heard it sound as Nietzsche, right? So anyway, Nietzsche writes the whole thing about the superior man, the Superman, the Ubermensch, as would have been said in German, because he was a German philosopher. And he comes up with this whole idea of the Ubermensch, the Superman, right? The Superman syndrome and everything. Is where do we get this, right? And that's where we actually get the term Superman from. Is it was ironically it was the most ironic naming of a character ever, because Siegel and Schuster, who were the creators of Superman, they were Jews, right? And so at the time they saw Hitler's thing, and they thought it would be hilarious. They came up with the term Superman. They were using it in a more, like, they were using it in the proper sense, whereas Hitler was using it as propaganda, right? The idea of, like, the Uberman, the superior man, you know? Whereas what made Superman super was not that he was, you know, physically stronger or braver or anything like that. It was that he was a person. He protected the innocent, right? Protecting the innocent is what makes you a Superman, right? It makes you a good person, right? That's why Superman is inherently, like, the golden retriever of superheroes. He just is the best boy, you know? That's the idea. And then, of course, you get Batman, who is the reversal of that where he's sort of the worst guy because he deals with the worst types of criminals, the ground level threats, the guys that aren't just trying to rob a bank or something. They're super criminals. You have things like the Joker and Clayface and all this. That's where you get the super villain from. That's more than just Lex. But again, look at Lex Luthor. Who was Lex Luthor? He was a corpo guy. He was the epitome of everything wrong with that age. Everything that had caused the Great Depression that Siegel and Schuster lived through. They were like, fuck, man. Like, what is the worst evil we can think of currently? And it wasn't Nazis or whatever. It was, wow, the worst thing we can think of is a megalomaniac who has, a god complex. So it was sort of a reference to Hitler, and yet sort of a reference to the robber barons of the time. Anyway, point being, you have a lot of propaganda on both sides where people want to stand it. That's why on the left side of things, you get the, and I hate to say left and right because it's a little confusing when you get into comics of what's left wing, what's right wing, and whatever. The point being is left is associated with the LGBT community. No, I'm not putting the QIA plus up, down, left, right, start bullshit in there, right? Sue me. I'm not, like, that's too much. That's too much. You know what I mean. Like, LGBT, I mean all those other ones too. Like, let's not be pedantic about it. Alright? So, usually the left encompasses that sort of thinking, and that's why they want to, for lack of a better term, steal characters. They want Superman to be gay. They want Batman to be, trans or something, right? They want a female Superman, right? Shit like that. They want things to be changed in their favor instead of creating their own character. Why? Because people are already ingrained with characters like Superman and so on. They want that because there's a foothold already. It makes it easier to then push their ideas into those stories. It becomes a simpler thing to do than to create your own thing from the ground floor. On the opposite side of things, you have people who are making the culture war their entire personality. These are grifters who have no real stake in the game. They don't really care, right? A lot of them are like Asmongold, where they say heinous shit, their opinion, they go, what, it's just my opinion, what? That kind of shit. And it's hard to watch, really. It's hard to watch. For a time, when I started getting more into the whole culture war thing, I started watching some of those guys, like Nerdrotic, and, I was never really a fan of them. I was like, geeks, I always felt off about, like, geeks and gamers and all that stuff. They go a little too hard. It's like, instead of just having a conversation, they like to just go feel kind of angry and stuff. Like, heel versus babyface, prime fucking example of going way too hard in your culture war, okay? The dude lost his fucking mind. And I can see that. I can see losing your mind in the moment of that and making a quick video, but setting up your camera and everything to yell about pronouns in a fucking loading screen for a character creator? Come on, like, skip over it. Just skip over it. Do you think I give a shit when I go into Elden Ring and I see type A, type B, type 1, type 2? I don't care if it's male or female. I know what it means. Because one has boobies, one doesn't have boobies. That doesn't matter to me. I'm just playing the character. If that mattered to me, I wouldn't play Tomb Raider, Because Tomb Raider is a woman, and I'm not a woman, therefore I can't play. Do you see how it breaks down? Do you see how stupid it sounds when you start thinking along those lines? Left or right, it doesn't matter. Like, again, two sides of the same coin. These people are all basically the same person, just in a different extreme, right? But yeah, that's where I was like, Az has lost his fucking mind. Like, bro, just, here's an idea. Take all that energy about yelling, right? And not to do an ad hominem here, but, dude, you're an overweight bald man yelling at, like, old man yells at clouds, okay? That's that type of energy. Go hit the gym, bro. Go to the gym. You have, like, spend 5 minutes on a treadmill instead of 5 minutes in front of a camera yelling about something that doesn't really matter. It matters in the sense that it symbolized the culture war. It didn't matter because you weren't building a community with that. You were trying to fight another community. So now that just breaks down in tribalism. This whole thing is just tribalism when you really think about it. That's what it becomes, is my side, your side, right? And the reason I keep saying that is it's sort of a reference to another banger of a show that had great characters, both male and female. Fantastic writing, fantastic set design, The CGI was decent for the time. I think it could look better if they want to do a Blu-ray release of it. Farscape. Fantastic show. Gets into some seriously morally gray, depressing shit in the last, like, season and a half. It is... Going into the Peacekeeper Wars, oh my god, it is so depressing. Because shit gets wild. Because they run through all the haha goofy stuff quickly. But they're also seeding it the entire time with character trauma. Of, like, this, you know, what's the relationship between these two characters, and how does this person feel? They're all alone, isolated. It's a ship of misfits out in the, you know, boondocks of the universe, right? And it's just a whole thing. But no, fantastic, where they just... There's a character in there in later seasons called Stark. He's a little bit fucked up in the head. He's been tortured, so his brain's a little crazy, right? A little bit. And when he first meets John Crichton, he's got this whole crazy guy persona going on, where he's in the prison cell, and he's like, that's your side, this is my side, your side, my side, your side, you know. And then he throws that back in his face, not like John does it, but Stark, you know, brings it back up later in reference to another, you know, person who's complaining about something. Like, oh no, my brother and my cousin are dead, or whatever. This is a person that had been in hibernation for, like, a while, and, you know, they while they were, like, under basically all their family has aged or whatever. Yeah, anyway. The point being, she's complaining because that's Jewel's character later on. You'll meet Jewel if you watch the series. She comes in way later, but she's kind of a fun character because she starts as this prima donna scientist of like, oh my god, you know, like very Mean Girls type of character. She's very whiny, you know, very, very whiny. But that's the idea. She's supposed to be whiny because everyone else doesn't put up with her bullshit, right? And then the kicker is that when she meets Stark for the first time, she's like whining about her family being dead, and then Stark is like, you know, yeah, my side, your side, my side, your side. My people dead, you know? Like, talking about how there's been a genocide of his people. Thousands upon thousands of his people are dead. And they're, like, the last remnants of his people, basically. They're all, like, just dead, shot into space. Oh my god, I have to go make more wood. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, fine. Yeah, this has to go that way, but I don't have any planks. I'm gonna go back and make planks. So yeah, we're gonna do that now. Anyway, so they do that, and yeah, that's why I keep saying the whole my side, your side thing. It's just a reference to that, basically. But no, that's what it is. You get a lot of people who are, like, focusing on the wrong things in their life. They don't think in the lower terms of, okay, food, water, shelter, and then hobbies. That's basically what your life consists of. That's all your life is going to consist of, except that fact. There is no greater calling. We are not in Les Miserables. There is no... I mean, even Les Miserables, the whole point of Les Miserables is to show people that, yeah, you have this whole martyrdom thing, right? You know, put up the barricades, yeah, fight. It's like, it's good to fight. It's good to fight for good things. It's good to protect other people and to stand for what's right. But if you do it in a stupid way and all you do is fight and you don't actually consider the future, then you're just gonna run into problems when you inevitably meet a greater force than your own. Right? That's what happens in the French Revolution. Les Miserables. It's like the mob gets put down. You know, it's not as big. Gangs of New York actually does this beautifully as well. They sum up this whole idea of a worldview and an obsession and things in Gangs of New York. In the ending, it's the whole thing's about the draft riots, right? Well, the draft riots are a backdrop to the personal story of this one character. It's kind of like Titanic, where they invented Jack and Rose as a thing to get people interested in their personal story, so that they could then use that as to show the tragedy of the Titanic and to show it in the grittiest of terms of, on a small scale, these are the people being affected. Feel for these people because they are the main characters type of thing. And then, you know, by the end of the film, you're of course saying like, oh, it sucks that's happened to anybody, regardless of social class, whatever. That's the idea. You know, star-crossed lovers, Romeo and Juliet, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme, you know. Anyway. The whole thing with the Gangs of New York is that you get this whole build-up where it's this personal gang war type of thing, and they're about to have this big dust-up, just like they did in the beginning of the movie back like 15 years ago when his father fought the same guy, but that was when New York was still kind of small. It was this, you know, the 5 Points was just being built up then, and it was, you know, not a big thing yet. Now New York was a big thing. Now there was there was now a proper standing army for the Civil War, right? There was a big thing going on, and they didn't take that into account. So what happens? They go to have their little dust up, cannon fire from the bay. Why? They're quelling the mob. There's riots, you know? So your little... Again, that's how the culture war works, right? The culture war was, oh yeah, let's have this big fight, right? In Gangs of New York, it's a culture war, right? It's the culture of the dead rabbits versus the natives, right? It's one versus the other. Okay, cool. One problem. They failed to consider the bigger threat. And not to say that the government was a threat. The government was just trying to keep the peace in that, right? They were trying to quell the mob, and, you know, they just had to put the mob down to restore order to the city, right? And it was a tragedy. It's awful. It's an awful use of the military. It was fucking crazy. But at the same time, you have to consider things like that. You have to consider the wider world if you're going to do that. They were so obsessed with their culture war. It was a personal thing. It was between the main character, Leonardo DiCaprio's character. I mean, we just played House Da Vinci. Leo's in my brain. What do you want from me? But Leonardo DiCaprio's character of Priest Valen's son, I believe his name is Jack or John or whatever, something like that. Anyway, he plays the main character who's like trying to get revenge and kill the guy who killed his father, right? It's simple stuff. And then you have William Cutting, played by Daniel Day-Lewis. And Daniel Day-Lewis brings it in that. I mean, fucking mic drop. Again, Leo should have won an Oscar for that as well. It's criminal that it took until The Revenant for Leo to even get an Oscar. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. Especially when you see some of the Oscars people were winning. It's like, for this shit? In the same year as this that Leo did? Come on, man. Anyway, so they're having this whole thing, right, where they're so concerned with themselves that they don't consider the wider implication of things. So, of course, what happens? Well, their gangs are basically disbanded. Their guys are killed off, right? Like, just, oh yeah, all these street gangs coming together having a big tumble. Okay, cool. They're gonna have them wrestle, right? They're gonna have a big fight. And then, like, all of them get fucked up by the National Guard that are there. Like, the army is there, and they just, like, fuck up most of them. And, you know, I won't tell you how exactly it ends, but yeah, it's good. It's a good thing. But yeah, no, it's like, that's the culture war. That's a perfect example of how a culture war works, is you are so obsessed with your small-scale fight, your thing that doesn't really... Like, yes, it affects the world, but it doesn't actually matter to the rest of society, right? It doesn't matter to the things that are actually important in life, which is not to be obsessed with just, you know, like, tying your personality to things, right? Okay, yeah, let me tie my personality. Like, why? Why are you tying your personality to a product or a brand? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're a human being, you know? You're not the intellectual property of a conglomerate, okay? Like, get over yourself. I'm gonna make like 10,000 beams, just so I have them for later. And then, that's the thing. That's the idea, right? The whole idea is you make it all about yourself. You get all up in your feelings. And then what happens? Somebody eats your lunch because you're not paying attention to the real enemy, the real threat, because divide and conquer. You are divided, therefore the other guy conquers. He weaponizes your rage against itself. And there's some of these grifters that do it intentionally. Like I said, they don't fucking care, right? They will use you as a weapon, you know. They will get you all up in your feelings, right? To get you to go fight a war for them, right? This is exactly how you got fascism and things, right? Radicals always do this. They always go get somebody else. Star Trek actually has a really good one. The original series has a great episode on this. May this be your last battlefield. And it's fun because it actually shows... Well, it's not fun. It's tragic. But it shows the perspective of both sides. And also the third perspective of somebody who has not taken a side in the fight either way. So, Let This Be Your Last Battlefield is looked at as this thing about racism. And because it is, that's the idea. Roddenberry was kind of blatantly pointing out that racism is stupid, right? He was pointing out how stupid it was. But at the same time, he was also giving a voice to the reasonable part of it and saying, well, yeah, but, you know, should this guy be involving people who are not even involved, right? So you had, you know, these guys. One was, you know, they're I believe achromatic would be the correct term. They're achromatic, so their race is split into white on the left side and black on the right side, or black on the left side and white on the right side. It's the dumbest fucking thing, right? But their whole culture was based around one being better than the other, one having rights and one not having rights, and one being this and one being that. It's the dumbest thing ever, right? So of course, Kirk and them are like, we don't fuck, like, whatever your damn fight is here, just like, keep it to yourselves. You know, we're the Federation. We're neutral in this. We'll transport the both of you, but you both have to, like, stop. Basically, the guy that was being oppressed, he was trying to take refuge on, you know, the ship. And then he gets chased by this guy who's supposed to be basically he's like a slave catcher type of guy. You know, he's there to stop him. And this guy's like a radical. So he's like the radical, I guess, or something like that. He's like a wanted radical who's been known to go to other planets and things and try to get them to help in his fight for liberation and so on and so forth. So he goes and drags other people into the conflict. And it gives you this really interesting perspective into both sides of... And it's not that there's a both sides to racism. It's that both sides were equally hateful of each other. It's not that... Yeah, the oppressed guy might have been right. He is oppressed and he needs freedom. Right. Okay, cool. That's something we can discuss. But it's the fact that he took it so far as to let his entire planet be destroyed by such silliness in the first place. Because neither side was willing to accept defeat. You know? They were both... That's what happens when you have a system of radicals. That's what you get from a culture war. Is death and destruction. Because each side will believe that they are correct. Each side will think that they are the... You know, they are the... Not that they are the superior of the two. It's just that they believe their way of thinking is superior to the other person. Right? I'm smarter than you. Go fuck yourself. You know? That kind of thing. And there's objective ways to be smarter than somebody, and there are subjective ways, right? Subjective intelligence is thinking that because you have an education, you are therefore inherently more valuable to society and therefore more correct in things than somebody else. That's a subjective way of thinking. Objective way of thinking is saying, I am educated and I have researched this, and here is the research, thus I am correct and you are wrong. Because here is the research that tells you you are wrong. And here's the philosophy and the example of why you are wrong, right? Here is the proof that you are wrong. That's the good way. That's the objective way to be correct about something. As it stands, both sides in the culture war just want to be subjectively correct. I'm right because I'm, you know, fucking, I don't know, like, insert whatever demographic you want. It doesn't matter. They're the same thing, just from opposite angles, right? And there are common grievances. There are like, valid grievances, right? Valid critiques of systems to be made to say, hey, you know, some people are being treated differently based on the color of their skin or their gender or whatever, right? But that's just the thing you need to focus on is instances of that actually happening, not saying, oh yeah, we don't like that this thing... Okay, well, you don't like that that thing is mostly these people. I like diversity of thought. I like diversity of opinion. This is good. You should hire more people in those roles to give you diversity of thought and diversity of opinion. Not hire more people in roles that are going to give you the same thing. That goes for both ways. Don't just hire more white dudes because they went to the same fraternity as you. Because you know what you're going to end up with? A bunch of guys that think like you because you all went to the same fraternity. Alternatively, don't hire a bunch of people just because their social media supports you with hashtags and shit. Because you're going to get a bunch of people who think like you do because they're already on your side. Air effect pick? Yeah, that'd be good. So grab that. That's the silly part, right? And people are so blind, they don't even see it. They're blinded by their hatred of each other. To where they want to win the culture war so badly, they don't even realize that they are their enemy's greatest weapon. Because the enemy can point at you and say, see, there's the person. There's the crazy person. There's the person that has no nuance whatsoever. And so you get these battle lines that are drawn, right? Again, this is like the Butter Battle book, as I mentioned in the last stream. It's a Cold War. It's a standoff. It's a thing. It always escalates. Any conflict will always escalate. That's how entropy works. Entropy is the breaking down of structure over time, in that the universe is generally ordered, but given enough variables, it creates disorder, which then reforms itself and balances and achieves an equilibrium of order again, until that order is disrupted by yet more variables caused by the previous variables. right? So you have a starting point, and that starting point keeps getting more and more complex until eventually it all explodes and goes back to square one, right? There's actually a theory that the universe is going to shrink one day. The idea that everything will expand and expand and expand and cool off, and then eventually the universe will become cold and dead, and then it will start contracting, because we know that hot things expand and cold things... Okay, this is a basic understanding of thermodynamics, but the general idea with a lot of things is that heat makes something expand and cold makes something contract. This is why, if you've ever wondered, like in the summer, if you have a piece of wood, like if you have like a wooden door, and you go to open that door and it might be a little stuck when it's really hot outside, it's because the door has absorbed that heat, right? That's basics of thermodynamics, right? And then in the winter, it's easier to open things because they're, you know, they're constricted, they're tighter. So they're not, the wood isn't bulging out like it normally does when it's hot. So that's the basics, right? And so the idea is that the universe expands, it's hot, and as it's going to take forever to cool off, but eventually it will stop expanding. It is an infinite mass, but it is a certain amount where it's going to cool eventually. It slows down, right? Eventually. Stellar drift slows. Stellar things, everything starts to slow. The stars die out. They go cold, right? Because they burn themselves out. This is how entropy works. Entropy is burning yourself out. You burn out, and then you recover, right? So in this case, all the stars die out. They turn into black holes, right? They collapse. They become singularities. The singularities start eating each other and combining until everything in the universe will eventually be swallowed up by black holes, right? Unless you can find a way to dispel a black hole, but that would take God-level power, right? Like not big G, little g, God. Not like the God, but like a God-like being, right? You would have to be able to reorient time and space to dispel a black hole. It's a whole thing. And the energy has to go somewhere. It's the black hole has sucked up energy. Where's the energy going? We don't know. It's going into like a void, as of what we know. But it could be that what we're seeing in black holes is that everything feeds into everything else. So the Big Bang could essentially just be a repeating thing. That's the idea, is that eventually the universe contracts in on itself because there's nothing else to do. It goes cold and it just shrinks in and compresses and gets sucked into one point, one singularity. And then it gets compressed and squished into nothing. And then it has nowhere else to go because it's filling every single spot in there, and it's infinite mass of infinite density, and it just squishes, and then it explodes again. And we start all over again. It's kind of silly when you think about it. It's like wow, if that's going to happen, what's the point of life? Now we've reached the point. Background of the culture war. This is why you don't give a shit about things like culture war. The sun will explode one day. If we're lucky, mankind will figure out a way to, it's going to take a long-ass time. So we should be able to figure out a way. But we need to get lucky enough to actually have the technology to save the Earth so we can preserve, things. We need to be able to move all the important landmarks and stuff. And basically, the best way to do that would be to take Earth, put it in a bubble, like of hyperstasis or time stasis, and then transport it from our sun to a matching ellipse around another sun. Or an easier thing to do. So that's option A. Option A is we need to save the Earth by moving it away from the sun so it doesn't get eaten by the inevitable supernova in however many million years, right? Or number two, by that time, if you're that sufficient that efficient with technology that you have a sufficient level of technology, let's say, if you have that level of technology, you're going to know how to stabilize the sun anyway. Like, you should definitely know how to stabilize the sun. So basically the idea is that you could reinvigorate the sun and refire it to where it has fuel and it doesn't want to go supernova anymore. You could just basically turn back time on the sun and turn it back on to where it's a younger, thing, or it goes back to like, we keep it in a state of prime sun, That would be the idea. So that would be the easier idea to do. That'd be option B. I like option B because the idea of moving the entire Earth, even if you had that kind of technology, is just wild, But at that point, you just kind of don't care. You'd probably preserve everything, and then you just Mulan. Babylon 5 actually has a really nice episode about preservation and the galaxy moving on and, culture changing over a million years type of thing. It's a great thing where they're jumping through time, and it's a fun episode. I forget what it is. It's one of the later episodes. Sort of giving a, what's the point, right? Like, what will they think of us in a million years, right? Gangs of New York has a great... In the end, the character is, I won't say where he's at, because it's kind of a spoiler, but the main character played by Leonardo DiCaprio, what is his name? Jack? I think it's like Jack or whatever. I don't know. Might have been Sean. I don't know, because he's Irish, so I don't know. Anyway, point being, in the end, he's consoling his girlfriend or whatever, and they're, he doesn't say this to her. This is throughout the film, he's monologuing in his head, so you get sort of an insight into his psyche. And one of the last thing that you hear in the entire film, it's amazing because you get this time lapse of the city, right, becoming the New York of the year it was released, right, with the Twin Towers in the background. I think this was like 1994, and you get this great shot of that where they fade away, everything around them gets overgrown or whatever, and then the city in the background grows bigger and bigger and more advanced. And he says, and before that happens, before the time lapse begins, the last words in his monologue are, in his internal monologue, the last thing he says to the audience is, in 100 years, no one will even know we existed, right? Which we know is not true, because we have files of things like the natives, the dead rabbits, the gangs of New York. We know about that because we preserve it. They thought we don't really matter, right? And that's the key, is that we know all the players, right? We know the story, we know the events that took place, we have records. So long as you keep records of things, you can know the history. But you don't know the people, right? What vanishes from the earth, and that's why history is kind of sad, is that you have a bunch of people doing things, and they're trying to leave a legacy through their actions. That's what it is, right? And this is where you get a lot of people with the culture war. They're trying to preserve something in some way, right? Be it, right wing, left wing, white, black, fucking capitalist, communist, whatever. Pick whatever extreme you want. For this example, it doesn't matter. The whole point is that people go to extremes to create a legacy, and they believe if they latch themselves to that legacy, that they will somehow be recorded in the history books, that they'll make their mark on the world. And what they need is ego death, right? It's just a long, drawn-out way to do ego death, really. And the death of the ego is super important for people to develop as better people, is to realize you are not special, This is where a lot of people get Fight Club wrong. They think Fight Club is about, pushing through hard times and no, you're missing the point. It literally, at a certain point in the film, Tyler Durden says to the narrator, he's like, "Oh, it broke." Okay. He says to the narrator while they're driving in a car, he's like, "This, you're missing the point. This is not special. This does not belong to us. We are not special." That's the actual line. I fucked it up the first time. And, that's what annoys me, is when people get that wrong. They're like, "Oh, yeah, you just gotta, this is how to care about not caring." It's like, wait, no, you don't understand. Fight Club is not about bettering your life. Fight Club is about accepting that your life will not be bettered, that your life is going to go downhill. The question is, how will you climb back up the hill? It is Sisyphus in cinema. That's the idea. The whole film is about entropy. What are you not understanding? It just always amazes me how people can watch the same thing as me and then walk away with a completely wrong interpretation. Now, it's fine if you find that. If you say, personally, this is what I took from it. The film gets at this, but I use it to motivate myself in this other way. That's totally fine. That's totally cool, man. You do whatever. But don't say that's the meaning of the story, because that's not the meaning of the story. You're misinterpreting the story. That's like, oh god. That's like when Warhammer tried to go back and retcon and say, "Oh yeah, the Custodies, there were always women Custodies." That was like some random fucking haywire staff member on the Twitter account was trying, like, they were feeling spicy that day and decided to go in and say, yeah, you know, there were always female custodians. Like, what? Huh? It's like, the fuck do you mean? No, there weren't. You're completely missing the point. You're lying. What are you talking about? So yeah, that's just what it is. I just yapped for an hour and a half about culture war bullshit. But yes, at the end of the day, the culture war doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what side you're on. You're all gonna lose, right? You're all losers. Because you care. Like, it's not that you care about people, it's that you care about status, or, like, you care if your side wins, not if things get better. Oh god, yeah. I'm in the poison. Okay, we gotta go this way. Like, that's all they ever care about, is if their side wins. They don't care if the world gets better, they just want their enemies to suffer. Speaking of enemies, look at this dude up there. He's just chilling. Necromancer-looking dude. But yeah, that's just... I don't know, that's my 2 cents. I mean, at this point, I think after an hour and a half, that 2 cents has been invested in some stocks and bonds, and that 2 cents has become like $20 at this point, but... yeah. Then again, in this economy, 2 cents is fucking $2, you know? Not that it's powerful, it's that 2 cents has become, like, as achievable as $2, you know? Like, that's the... yeah. Yeah, you might as well... yeah, like... yeah, I don't know. Shit's out of range with the economy. That's another thing about it that is, like, crazy, right? The economy is jacked. And it annoys me because you have this thing where it's like, oh yeah, this might as well be this. So consider for a second, you want to buy a product, and that product is $5, but you only have $4. Guess what? You don't get to have that product. It's that simple. Right? And that's not to be like, oh, financial literacy, just don't buy things, whatever. No. That's not the point. Ah, you ass. You knocked the cube off. Okay. The point is to say that money is fucked. Oh my... wait. Where do I get the cube now? Hold on. Okay, that was just one of the cubes. This is the other cube, right? Yeah, I think this was the cube I was trying to get. Going this way with it. Yeah, I gotta wait. But yeah, that's the thing with the fucking money right now, is like, if, you know, it doesn't matter if something's... if you have $1, right? And the thing you want, you know, sees a price increase, right? Oh, there's been a price increase for this thing. Okay. How much was it? Oh, it was $2. Okay, now how much is it? $3. Okay, so now it's even more unobtainable to me, right? That's the only difference, is now it would take 3 times my resources instead of 2 times my resources. I wasn't able to buy it in the first place. Who fucking cares? Like, there's some people that understand about money. It's like, dude, it's just money. Like, it's made up. It's fake. It's bullshit. We made up money as an excuse to not share our resources equally, right? That was just made up by a bunch of greedy assholes. Who, again, are the people that benefit the most from a culture war. Are the greedy assholes. Because they'll sell you on a bunch of bullshit. It's like when people sell you on their get-rich-quick bullshit, right? If you're poor, they sell you a book on how to make money. If you're lonely, they sell you a book on how to not be lonely. If you're, like... God, it just goes around and around and around, man. If you're sad, they sell you a book on how to be happy. It's just bullshit, you know? I know we're in a recession because I'm seeing Tony Robbins back on TV. It's like, alright, you know we are lost if Tony fucking Robbins, the self-help guru, is back on there with this bullshit, selling you another fucking book. Selling you another encyclopedia of, you know, 12 steps of power and bullshit. You know, whatever bullshit he's been peddling, you know? Oh, I need more, that, you know. Yeah, no, it's just, that's what it is, right? And so, things aren't attainable when you don't have money, right? Like, there's a classic example of charity, right? So, you have a guy who has $1 million and a guy who has $1, right? And both of them give 10% of their income to a charity, right? So let's say you have a guy that has $1 and a guy that has $1 million. Well, they both give 10%. 10% of a dollar is fucking 10 cents, right? And then 10% of a million is, I believe, should be $100,000? Yes. So you would look at that and go, oh, well, it was better with the rich guy because he was able to give more money. Okay. Well, number one, he, had more money to give anyway, so why did he stop at 10%, right? This is kind of it's usually used as an example of how taxes and philanthropy don't really line up. That's why you have to have taxes, because the rich never actually give their fair share unless you force them to, because people are greedy assholes. Yeah. And the guy with $1 gave 10%, right? So he gave 10 cents. Here's the difference, is that 10 cents to a guy that has $1, right? That's a huge difference. Because the guy that has $1, if something costs $1, now he can't afford it. And you might say, oh, well, what about the guy that had $1 million? If he had $1 million and he gave away 10,000, if he doesn't have $1 million anymore, he can't afford a thing that costs $1 million. Yes, but the thing you bought for $1 million isn't actually worth $1 million. It's worth the price tag comes from the exclusivity of that thing, right? The reason it's valued at $1 million is because we have assigned it a false value. And how do we assign value? By supply and demand, right? This is simple economics, by the way. This is not complex. This is basic thinking about money for 2 seconds. You don't even need to know dick about economics to understand any of this. From just thinking about how money works for 2 seconds. It'll be depressing. You will be very sad after you do some math about income and retirement and things. Do that math. See how it works out for you. Yeah. Anyway, the thing with supply and demand is that when your supply is lower, your demand is higher. And if demand is higher, then you charge more, right? That's where the price comes from. Housing is a prime example. So if you have a bunch of, I hesitate to say quality houses, but you have, a bunch of pretty houses that all are, worth $1 million or whatever. Cool. But there's only so much land that you can put those $1 million houses on. So you're paying for the house to be built on that land, right? It just, okay, cool. Then what? Why is it $1 million? It has 4 walls. Yeah, so does the place I live. It has a roof and water and power and internet and all these things. Okay, yeah, so does the place I live. The place I live doesn't cost $1 million, you know? You want to do some quick math? Let's do quick math. Okay, some quick math here. I live in an apartment. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're trying to think how many buildings we have. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 buildings. Each building has on the lowest level 8 people on the lowest level times 3, so that's times 4. So we have 96 units, about 100 units in this place, right? And the average, I'd say, for the income is let's just call it $1,500 for the math. So this place, the rent is $144,000 a month. This is not an annual thing for this place. This is not that low income, right? That's a month. That's what if you filled every unit in this place with an average rent of $1,500, right? Let's say average expenditure, including electricity and whatever, right? So if that was all together, $1,500 for the rent, right? $144,000 in a month. Multiply that by 12. This place is generating $1.72 million. So $1,728,000 a year. And you're telling me parts and labor to build this place is going to be more than that. You're never going to make money back on that. The fuck you won't. It's designed to make money back. That's the whole reason of building a place like this in the first place. Now, I commend them for making it, cheap relative to this area, right? As opposed to a real house that has, way more fucking mortgage and shit, right? But, yeah, no, it's not, $1.7 million a year. That means that in 5 years, this place has made over $5 million. It's made close to $10 million, So if this place was built for anywhere under $10 million, from now on, it will make a profit. Right? So once you recoup parts and labor, right, you recoup the loss there. Where the fuck were we going? I don't know. I gotta go this way. I was doing something. Was I supposed to free the dragon over here and then go on, or was I supposed to come get a brick? I don't... Well, I was going to get the green key. Yeah, well, I need this. That's what I need. I need this to free the dragon. Hold on. I gotta have a fucking phone call, of course. In a second. Random ass phone calls from nobody. Whatever. Okay. Oh, we use that to break it. Cool. So we don't have to go get another thing. We can just break it. Yay, dragon! Uh-oh. Oh, this guy's freaking out. He's like, no! The dragon! He dipped. The necromancer was like, oh shit, the dragon! He just left. He's gone. I mean, I'd dip if a dragon started flying around that wasn't supposed to be flying around. That'd be a problem. Yeah, simple stuff. You know, that's the economy for you. That's how depressing is that to think that this place in a year generates more income than a singular individual can produce in their lifetime. Right? Let's get really fucking sad. Okay, we're talking about the world. We're talking about the economy, whatever. Almost 2 hours on stream, not bad. Let's see. So let's take the average salary. Let's assume that you would have to make $100,000 a year to make $1 million in 10 years. Now, that's generating income. That doesn't mean that's the money you have, right? So you're given $1 million over 10 years, right? So $100,000. If you pull 6 figures, you make $100,000 a year. That's $1 million in 10 years. Wow, cool. Assuming you could spend that money on nothing, you could then retire. If you had a really low cost, you bought like a van down by the river, you could live in there off $1 million for basically the rest of your life, right? Assuming you didn't spend any of it. Here's the kicker. Let's assume you make $100,000, but your expenditure, even if your expenditure every year, let's see, housing, let's assume housing is only $1,000 a month, right? That's still $12,000. Take that off. Let's assume your grocery bill is somewhere in the range of 100 would be too low. We'll go 200. So $200 a month grocery bill, right? In that 1,000 estimate for rent, we weren't including water and power. So let's say water and power comes in at about 300 a month. So that's 300 times 12. So that's 36, I want to say. Yeah. So 3,600 there. Okay, so we're down to 82,000. Not bad, not bad. That's the best case scenario, mind you. Is if you're pulling... Oh, wait. I forgot. Taxes! So, would you guys like to know what you get taxed if you make $100,000? So let's see. Tax brackets. As of 2024, the tax brackets were as follows. If you make over $100,000. So you can make up to $100,525 from this image that I'm seeing, right? But we'll just say, yeah, so that's the difference between a certain percentage of rate. Anywho, federal income tax brackets, this is from the IRS, by the way. This is official from them. So you can make up to, right. So for a single taxpayer, the rates are on taxable income from here to here. So it's a range, right? It's a tax bracket. You fall between the brackets somewhere. So we can make up to 100,000, right? Okay, cool. So if we make 100,000 exactly a year, not the 100,525, if we make 100,000, right? Cool. Then we only get 22%. If we make anything over that, but if we make anything between 100,525, right? So that's up to 525. If we make 526, we get put in the next bracket, it goes up 2%. Okay, fine, cool. And that goes from 100,000 to 200,000. Fine, we'll use that. We'll just say the 100,000 falls in that bracket anyway, just to make the math easier. We'll say 24%. Sounds reasonable. Then, if you make anywhere from 200,000 to 250,000, you get taxed 32%. Anywhere from whatever, right? So, here's the kicker, by the way. You could make $609,000 a year and only be taxed 37%. And that's and up. And up. This means that you will not have a tax higher. Okay? You will not be taxed higher than that. Okay? Okay. So, like, that's the wild part, right? You will not be taxed higher than 37%. You could make $1 billion a year. You could be handed $1 billion a year, and only 37% of that has to be taxed. The rest, you can just keep. You could just fucking keep it. How dumb is that? But let's do some math, right? We're doing math. $82,000. So before we even start calculating the take-home pay and the bills, we have to tax it first. Okay, cool. So what's 24% of 100,000? Well, 24,000. $24,000 gone off a tax alone. And this is not a taxation theft thing, because it's not. That's not how taxes work. Okay, follow me here. Pause. Follow me here. Why is it that you hear the term taxation is theft, but you never hear the term rent is theft, mortgage is theft? Right? So think about it this way. A mortgage, you pay into owning a piece of property, right? The bank owns the thing, you have a loan from the bank, and they hold on to that loan until you give them their money back, with interest, of course. They're making money, right? Because they're scumbags. That's what banks are. And you pay the bank back for the loan that is on the house, right? And then if you fail to pay it back, guess what? They get to keep all of your money that you paid into it, and you end up with not a thing. So you're basically renting from the bank until you own it. That's what a mortgage is. A mortgage is renting to own the thing. So if you fail to pay it, or you die before you pay it off, poof, gone. Gone. They sell it to somebody else. It's no longer your house. So they can start the mortgage all over again until it's paid off. Yeah. So why is it from the taxation is theft crowd? And again, this is why the culture war pisses me off. You got guys on the left and the right and whatever, and they never seem to identify the actual problem, which is rich people fucking all of us over, regardless of what you think in your brain about blue hair, not blue hair, whatever the fuck you're concerned about, right? The rich are fucking you over, right? You're poor like the rest of us. Get over yourself. So the thing that you don't hear from them is that rent is theft, because rent essentially is theft. This place has already been built. So think of it this way. This place has been built. So if I continue, you would think rent would get lower over time, right? The idea is like, oh, well, shouldn't the rent, if the place has been built, and once parts and labor has been recouped by the company that built the place, wouldn't the rent be lower to match the maintenance cost, right? Wouldn't that make sense? That's what rent control is. Rent control is supposed to say, no, this can't go any higher because of inflation and stuff, and it's locked in at this rate, and it's not supposed, your standard of living is not supposed to decrease when your rent increases. Like, you're not supposed to increase rent unnecessarily. Like, that's not, there's no reason to increase rent, right? That's the whole point of rent control. This place, unfortunately, is not rent controlled. It's income driven, but it's not rent controlled. It's a whole different stupid thing. Anyway, point being, back to this. So that's your taxes, right? And again, taxes, not a problem, right? I just want the rich to pay their fair share in taxes, then we're good, right? We're golden. As long as everybody is suffering equally, I don't care about the suffering, as long as we're all suffering, right? It's when the many suffer for the sake of the few, or the profit of the few, I should say. So we're at 76,000. Now let's recalculate all that stuff. Let's say the other 1,000, so 12,000 for the rent, right? Then you have 3,600 for the electricity and water. You have, I don't know, $100 a month for the internet. You then have, so you paid the rent, you paid the bills. So you basically paid all the bills. You paid the rent, that. Food's like $200 a month, so we'll take another $2,400 off. So that thing that didn't look too bad, right? That 80,000 before that we had, it's now down to 56,000. Okay, cool. That's still a lot, right? Assuming this is the best case scenario figures, by the way, you're never going to get this because if you make a job where it's like 6 figures, you're basically going to be living in a place that is guaranteed to be like $3,000 a month. If you have like a nice mortgage locked in, your bills every month is going to be like $3,000 or so or whatever because you're being paid like almost $10,000 a month. So you're going to have money, but you're not going to be happy about spending the money that you need to maintain the money because you have to pay. This is like working at a place and like you have to live in the city. You either have to commute into the city because you're too poor from what they're paying you to live in the city, or you get paid enough to live in the city, but most of your income's going towards living in the city just to work at the job where you get paid that amount to live in the city. It's a fucking trap, right? So we got that 56,800. This is best case scenario, by the way. This is not at all real figures. This isn't even close to the real figures. But let's say you do. Let's say $56,800. Right, cool. Let's see if we can't use that figure. Let's take that same 10 years. So we want to save this as $1 million. So let's multiply that by 10. Oh, would you look at that? It only becomes $568,000. That's fine. Okay, so it'll take 20 years to make that million. And hey, at this rate, well, oh, by the way, did I mention you're not allowed to have entertainment? To make this $1 million, you can't spend. So let's make it really simple. And let's say your entertainment costs throughout the year are $6,800. You splurge, you blow it, you say, okay, let's round it off nice and even, you know. And again, this is like all the calculations I'm doing are car payments and whatever, everything included in those bill payments, by the way. It's not, but let's assume it is. Let's assume there's no medical issues, no car payments, no nothing, everything's fine. Good. $50,000. So call it $50,000 profit every year. This is your pure profit, taxes are out, bills are out. This is what you got in the bank at the end of every year, right? And you save it. You've even paid for a little bit of entertainment throughout the year. $6,800, that's a budget of, let's see. 6,800 divided by 12. That's about $500 a month. You know, it's a little over $500 a month, something like that. Anywho, so you got like $500 a month that you spend, you know, going to the movies, you go do whatever. Okay, cool. So you have entertainment too. $50,000. Takes 20 years to get that $1 million. Okay, cool. Now, the problem is that you worked for 20 years. Okay, 1, you've spent 20 years working. Who the fuck wants to spend 20 years working? 2, you've made $1 million. Great. 3, the cost of living went up. So let's say it's $50,000 in expenses. Okay, so then theoretically, if it's $50,000, if your thing is $50,000 in expenses, you work for 20 years, you save $1 million in cash. Cool. That means you should be able to spend the next 20 years sitting on your ass doing nothing because now you have $1 million in the bank and you're living at that $1 million, like $50,000 a year, right? That's your state of living. It won't. Your state of living will decline because, like, your standard of living, I should say, will decline because of inflation, because of greedy capitalists, because of the way the world is set up to fuck you. The system is designed to fuck you. The game was rigged from the start. So let's say conservatively prices in those 20 years only go up like, I don't know, twice as much, right? So then that 50,000 is only going to get you that $1 million you have is only going to be valued at 500,000, which means you're only going to be able to be retired for like 10 years. So here's the kicker, right? If you started working when you were, say, 20, make the math easy. You worked for 20 years. Now you're 40. You have enough in savings. Even if you had enough in savings, let's assume you have enough in savings now to spend the next 20 years dicking around. You have $1 million in savings. Cool. You're very frugal with it. You know what you're doing. Cool. Fantastic. Now you're 60. What now? No, seriously, what now? Well, you would want to make sure you have enough money to last your lifetime. Okay. If you live to be 80, that means you need an additional 20 years of that. What does that mean? That means at the rate we were going, you need to work an additional 20 years, which is why you got to work for 40 years. Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm going to spend, from the year I'm 20, I turn 20, I get a job paying me 6 figures. Bullshit, doesn't happen. But I mean, it doesn't happen unless you're like a trust fund baby and you have an alma mater and all that, and nepotism takes over and you just get handed a job because daddy knows somebody. It's always how it happens. And then you get all that money. Cool. You spend years 20 through 60 working, you know. Okay, cool. You have a little entertainment in there. You go party on the weekends, whatever. Cool. Awesome, right? You're now 60. You work until you're 60. And you go, yep, all right, time to retire. I got enough money for the next 20 years. Cool, right? Cool. So we'll be good, right? We'll be good. That way, you know, you work for 40 years, you get whatever off, right? You get like 20 years off or something, whatever we said. Okay, so you're gonna live to be 80, right? What happens when you turn 81? What if you wake up, like, are you just gonna die on your 80th birthday exactly? Are you gonna be like, well, the bank account's empty, time to die? Right? Not to mention, the fuck are you gonna spend all that money on? Because you still have, if you're still living that same life that you had before, your life isn't gonna change other than now you have more time to do things. Great. But you're not gonna have more money to do things. You're assuming you continue spending an average of $500 a month on hobbies and side things, right? So you only have $500 a month to spend on stuff. Oh, I want to go to this concert. Okay, well, that's going to take, like, the whole month's budget right there. Okay, fine, cool. So you go to the concert, and then it's like, oh, my buddy wants to hang out and get lunch. You don't have money. You just spent all your lunch money on a concert. You just spent all your lunch money. Oh, hey, you want to go on a cruise? Oh, sick, dude. You can't have entertainment for 3 months. Because you have to budget that amount of money to say that I want to go on the cruise. Well, the cruise costs, say, $1,500. Your budget's $500 a month on leisure expenses. Congratulations. You now have $1,500. And for the last 3 months, you sat in your house, right? And did nothing. You read some of the books you had. Maybe you had some DVDs or whatever. Maybe you watched some streaming stuff. But you just had to spend 90 days, right? You just spent 90 days doing that. You spent 90 days doing nothing. So that you could spend 1 week on a cruise also doing nothing. Do you see how silly all of this is? What are you saving for? There's no future. There's nothing. It's a lie. It's always been a lie. Like, come on, man. Did we get the green key? Okay, we got the 2 green keys. I need to get the crystal from the dragon. I forgot to get the crystal after the dragon left. I'm a dum-dum. But yeah, that's where we'll be living, guys. That's your income. That's your culture war. That's all that shit that I just yapped about for 2 hours. That's the state of the fucking world. Get used to it, because it's not going to change. Actually, no, it will change. It'll get even worse. The only upshot is that we get to witness the fall of civilization, thus giving us a chance to rebuild, having all the knowledge we have now of how not to let money fuck us up again, right? And I'm sure the Romans said the exact same thing. The only difference is that with the Romans, they didn't have the internet and all that shit, right? You didn't have the internet, you didn't have a lot of people coming in and writing books on these sorts of things, and you also didn't have a lot of people noticing things were wrong and things were going to change. Because for the Roman citizens, like, the average for Romans was like, yeah, Rome fell, but our city-states still exist, our businesses still exist, whatever. Not so for us. It's not going to be the same for us. It's going to be that, hey, life can be fundamentally different now. We don't just continue... The fuck is this? I have the Orb of Power. What the fuck do I do with this? I have an orb. What the fuck do I do with the orb? Okay. There's an orb. Right. What are we doing with the orb? I have no idea. Just rolling around now. Okay, we got the orb. Does the orb go this way, maybe? Because I think we had to get our stuff leveled up to... Okay, we gotta free this guy somehow. Did we do this? No, we haven't done this dungeon. Let's do this dungeon. But yeah, that's what it is. The Romans, their life kind of continued because their technological level was pretty much the same after the collapse. our level is going to be different, right? Because people are going to go, well, what do we need? Food, water, shelter. Okay, what do we not need? Fucking money? Like, do we need money? Nah. Let's just not do money, because that's what destroyed everything to begin with. Let's just grow the food and share it. Let's just make the things. It'll be shit for a while. That's for sure. It's going to be real shit for a good bit. There will be... My entire generation's fucked, basically. We're going to... Oh, my God. I almost fell off. Yapping too much. But yeah, we're basically going to be fucked. We have to fix everything because the boomers fucked it up. So now it falls to us to... Like, our parents will be dead by the time this comes... Like when the roosters come home. The chicken comes home to roost, I should say. When they... You know... They're going to be dead by that point. And so they're not going to be involved with this in any way. So we're just going to have to look at the little kids and be like, all right, we're the adults now, I guess. I guess now we're the elders, because by that point we'd be like 45 or so. And they're going to be like, hey, what killed the world? Oh, money. Yeah, we're not doing money ever again. We're banning money. We're just not going to have money, you know. But this is the classic thing, is that entropy. Entropy is a good thing, because it causes systems that are not stable to fall apart, and it takes what you perceive to be order and transforms it into what you perceive to be chaos, right? And then the chaos realigns into the new order, and the new order is the new order. It's designed to function contrary to how the old order worked, because the old order was flawed. That's the idea of progress. Things come, things go, things fall down. You know, the modern age, as we've seen it, right, since, say, the 1800s or so, the modern age has sought to minimize the harm... Oh, this is where you put the ball. Okay. They seek to minimize the harm to the general public during such transitionary phases of civilization. It's not like you can just flip a switch and say, oh, now we have robots everywhere. It takes time for these things to permeate through our culture. And that is a painful thing. It's the growing pains of society, you know. We have our world reflects us, and if we go through growing pains when we get older, then we... Okay, I was about to say, don't make me throw it from up there because I'll miss. And then if we have growing pains, our culture's going to have growing pains, because we're accustomed to that idea, is that, you know, like, and that's a natural thing, right? Growth is natural. Pain through growth is natural. It's not like a no pain, no gain thing. Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to be uncomfortable for a bit, but then you'll find comfort in the thing that once made you uncomfortable. And the idea is to continue being uncomfortable. You're just comfortable with the idea of change. Again, back to Fight Club. Fight Club is that. It's the idea. It's not about being better or perfecting yourself or whatever. It's about change. It's about changing and growing as a person. And yeah, it's scary. Becoming an entirely different person, that's terrifying. The idea that you are not you, and you, like, even in Fight Club, there's a moment where the narrator talks about how he goes to therapy sessions at the beginning of the film, and he says every night I died, every evening I died, and every evening I was born again, right? Thus, you know, the religious implications, the idea of, like, being born again is some kind of religious thing and whatever. It's sort of mocking that idea. The idea that, oh, if you just go let your emotions out and all that, you'll change. It's like, no, he didn't actually change. He felt like he changed, right? Because he did something different. He got out of wallowing in self-pity and he went to therapy. Okay, cool. He went to the group therapy. Great. But how did that help him become a better person? It didn't, right? He didn't become anything more. He simply had somebody else. It was an echo chamber, right? Again, back to the culture war. People create echo chambers because it makes them feel good, right? They like to be vindicated by the shared reality of someone else, or the shared perception, I should say. Reality is, you know, not at all what people think it is, you know. Reality is a shared thing. Reality is where two different perspectives meet and agree, right? That's the problem, is nobody wants to agree, right? We don't want to agree that, hey, there's harm being caused to people in whatever area of our society, you know. People just want to be right. And they want to be in their echo chamber, and they want their thing to be right, and nobody else can be right. You know, because if I'm not right, then by default I must be wrong. And that's what happens when you teach people in a binary way, and you say, yeah, the answer is right or wrong. Again, our education system is not meant for people to think. It's not meant for people to form their own ideas. It's meant to make good followers. And the culture war is a perfect example of that. You know, they can dress it up all they want, but school is for indoctrination. Not indoctrination of agendas of, you know, right wing, left wing, whatever. Not necessarily. But whether it's a, you know, left wing education, right wing education, whatever education you receive, it's still modeled. The model of education is still based in the worker idea. The school system was literally designed by a guy who wanted good workers. He didn't want guys in his factory questioning things. Because to question authority is to undermine authority. It's to make the boss seem like an idiot. And the boss doesn't want to be seen like an idiot. The boss wants to control everything. So what do? You dumb down the worker. It is easier to make a dumb worker who will accept his hardship than it is to make a change to the way you do things, right? Because to make a change is hard. Why should you and your business have to change when you can simply abuse the worker? And the worker will do what they are required to do to survive. This is where poverty wages come from, right? We start getting into poverty wages. Desperate workers are more useful workers, right? If somebody's desperate, they will take the overtime. They will work triple shifts. They will do the job faster and cheaper and faster and cheaper and faster and cheaper. See the problem with that? Eventually it burns it out. Why do we use the term burnout, by the way? Because they want you to think of it like a fuse. Oh, we're mining clouds now. Cool. They want you to think of it like a fuse. What do you do with a fuse when it burns out? Do you repair the fuse? Do you recycle the fuse? No! You take the fuse out, and you destroy it. You throw it in the garbage, because now it doesn't serve you. It's not productive, therefore it's useless. You can do nothing with the fuse. The fuse is of no value. Right? So when somebody burns out, right? When a light bulb burns out, what do? Do you recycle it? No, you throw it in the garbage, right? You just toss it away. You don't try to fix it. You don't try to salvage it. You don't repurpose it. You just throw it away. This is why they like the term burnout. Burnout's a wonderful term because it relates back to fuses. It gives people ideas of burning the candle at both ends, you know, that kind of thing. And it obfuscates the truth, which is that nobody needs to burn out for anything. Do we need to create something so quickly, right? Is this a life-saving procedure that we need to develop, or else more people are going to die in the next 5 years? No? It's another iPhone. It's another sitcom. It's another... Why the fuck do we need to spend so long on it, then? Like, or so short on it, I should say. Why don't we spend longer on these things? Why don't we write something that takes a year to write, but you know it's good because you took a year to write it? Why don't you film something that takes a while to film? Why should it... We gotta go, we got more things, more product, gotta go. Why? This is what happens when you're employed for 2 months, by the way. You start thinking. This is why they don't want you sitting around the house thinking. If the powers that be, the government, the bureaucrats, the corporate, you know, the yuppies, whatever, if the powers that be had their way, I would have been starved to death by now, right? It would have been, oh, you don't have a job? Then you're useless to the system. You know, I just wish they would come out and say they want to kill poor people. Just do that. Just come out and say it. At least be honest and say, we don't want homeless people. We will eradicate the homeless. We will kill the homeless because they do not serve the system. You know, go full Borg. Just go full, like, you know, Cyberman, Dalek, robot. Just go full robot, at least. Just be honest with it and say, yeah, we're going to kill you if you don't serve the system. You will serve or you will die. Fine. Like, literally, like, that's why the Daleks exist on Doctor Who, by the way. They're a representation of that. They are meant to represent, like, you know, New World Order, Thatcherism, special powers, that kind of thing. You know, when I say special powers, I mean that's, well, not special powers, emergency powers, as they had coined it in Europe. They had, you know, the UK had come up with this idea of emergency powers because they were in a war, in World War II. They came up with the term emergency powers so that they could use it as an overriding force in their government to say, you know, to enforce rationing and things. Which, again, they didn't even really need to enforce rationing. It was just that people looked around and said, oh, we don't have this thing. Shit, I guess I'll try to be less wasteful then. And people were less wasteful. Like, it's that simple. You had ration books and things. Honestly, I love the idea of rationing, you know? I love the idea of telling people, hey, this is for the greater good, everybody is contributing, and everybody is equal in this, right? That means get rid of the politicians that have, you know, $1 million house or whatever. Like, I don't care. Nobody should have that. The idea of $1 billion is immoral. $1 million is already pushing it for me, because it's like, bro, what? Why do you need that, you know? Because, again, $1 million for the average person, it takes years to make that amount of money. So the idea that someone is not only paid that amount of money in, say, a year, but is paid more than that amount of money, and you might say, okay, well, movie stars, they deserve it. Why? Why should they be paid $1 million for one project? That takes them, oh, because it's 2 years of work. Okay, so if they get paid $1 million, which is on the lower end for celebrities nowadays, but they get paid $1 million, right? And then they get taxed for the million, which is only at 37%. So they lose $370,000? Yes. So they lose $370,000. That's still, like, a profit to them. I mean, their take-home pay still is, like, six... Let's see, what would it be? I'm trying to think here. Oh, my God, my brain. $630,000. So that's still over $500,000 a year. So just to make the math easy, let's just say they have expenses of, you know, including taxes, their expenses are, you know, $500,000. That means if they get paid $1 million, then you have the taxes come out, you have the expenses come out, right? Expenses that include taxes. Then you're still left with $500,000 pure profit sitting in your bank account. It's just there, right? So the question becomes, why would you need that much money in a single year? Oh, well, what if they don't have any work or whatever? It's like, okay, what if they don't have work in the next year? Well, yeah, but are you going to be taxed on that same income next year? Well, no, because you were taxed on it once already. The idea should be that you were taxed on it once already, right? It's income tax. The wealth was taxed to say, okay, well, the income tax was taken out already, so you're good. That was earned in the year 2024. Therefore, any money you have in the year 2025 is just left over from 2024. It can't be taxed again because, you know, whatever. And I'm sure there's local codes for taxes and things that say that, you know, whatever. It's like, I don't know, asset taxes, wealth taxes, VAT, value-added taxes. That's usually something they do in Europe to try to hit companies that try to dodge taxes. It's a whole thing. But the point being is, what the fuck are you going to do with all that money? What's your plan? What's your plan, Chief? What are you doing with all the money? Tell me. Tell me exactly what the point of having that money is. I want this money, so I want the money. Okay, you're going to use it to buy a house somewhere? Like, this is one thing I'll never understand about movie stars. I mean, why the fuck you would want a house in California is beyond me. Oh, well, I got there for work. Okay, well, one, you're traveling on set all day. Like, you're going to different shooting locations. Even if you go to, like, a green screen, like, if you do, like, a Marvel movie and it's green screen the entire time and you're filming on set in the green screen studio, like, okay, that's one location you need to go to. So, buy a hotel. No, like, literally, like, you're traveling all the time anyway. Why would you want a house? Oh, because I have a family wherever. It's like, okay, well, why don't you just have your family live in a different state, right? Why don't you just say, I work in California, right, as an actor. Just work in California as an actor, and then go back to your home state whenever you're going to relax. Find the cheapest state, find the cheapest piece of land, buy that shit, lock it in, so that it appreciates in value, and then just retire there when you're done acting. You're like, okay, I've made however much money over this many years. I'm done. I've made, you know. But again, you're supposed to not even do that. You're supposed to be in it for the love of the craft. Like, you want to be an actor because you want to be an actor. And that's what you need to, that's why you need a post-capitalist society, right? We need to be in a post-scarcity mindset. We need to live in a post-capitalist society that says everybody has a fair share no matter what they're doing. Everybody is taken care of no matter what they're doing. Everybody is contributing in some way, yes, but it's more in a volunteer system, you know? Make the farm smarter. build robots that do all the farm work. Do you think the farmers want to be doing farm work? Because they love being a farmer? I mean, they might like to garden, but they don't like getting up at the ass crack of dawn to do all this crap. They do it because somebody got to do it, and they have the farm, and they want to feed their family, and they want to sell things, and they want to be, you know, they want to do business. So take away the business incentive and say, hey, farmers, grow your stuff, and then we'll share it with everybody else. You take your share, and then we'll take everybody else. Like, if you grow 100 ears of corn, cool. What do you want to keep from that? You know, it's like 10%. Like, okay, cool. So you keep 10 ears of corn. You give the 90 ears of corn to the community. So now there's 90 ears of corn. That's 9 other households that will have 10 ears of corn. If that's what they need, you know? You just go and say, hey, yeah, we got this here, that there. I see, you know, the melting pot idea for America, right? The melting pot is supposed to talk about our diversity and culture and thought and freedom of religion and things like that. The idea is we're all supposed to be very different, but we all contribute, right? We all contribute to the same culture, and that's why America doesn't have a hegemony. It doesn't have a singular culture. It has a wide culture. We have a disparate culture, different cultures that come together, and we are a melting pot. You throw everything in the pot, you stir it together, it all blends together, and that makes America. You know, not a bad idea. We need to apply that idea to resources and say, we all have these resources. We all share these resources. Take it, throw it together, and then everybody drinks from the same soup pot. That's my idea of a melting pot. My melting pot America is an economic melting pot. We take everybody's contributions, you know, rich, poor, right? And the idea of rich and poor would just be gone in a post-capitalist society. That's what it is. It's gone, is what it is. It's fucking dead. There is no idea of rich and poor, right? Because no one's allowed to be rich in that. Oh, then what's the incentive? You know, what's, like, Star Trek covers this beautifully. Yeah. And to relate back to Star Trek, what I was saying earlier about entropy. Humans, in Star Trek lore, actually did not get to the whole Federation thing until later. The Federation was formed after the humans. The humans, actually, in Star Trek lore, helped form the Federation, because until that point, the Vulcans kind of had an empire on the rest of the galaxy. They were... Basically, it was between the Vulcans, the Romulans, and the Klingons. They were the big superpowers. The Vulcans tended not to mess with people. The Klingons tried to enslave people a lot of the times. The Romulans just kept trying to expand their empire and conquer worlds. Then the Federation happens, because they look at all the smaller worlds, and the humans go, wait, we're one of these smaller worlds, and if the Vulcans fall over, we're in trouble. So it was sort of out of self-preservation that they start the Federation. They say, hey, humans and Vulcans are going to be the first members of the Federation. Who's next? The Breen, cool. Bring over the Tellarites, the Andorians. There's actually a big thing in Star Trek Enterprise about how the Vulcans and Andorians used to beef with each other, and then they were the first 2 founding members of the Federation. The humans basically got the Andorians and the Vulcans to stop fighting each other because they acted as a neutral third party that could go between the two. You know, and that would work for them. It's great. Watch Star Trek Enterprise. It's a lot of great acting, story points, a lot about geopolitics. Very fun. But the point being is Star Trek, they had to build the Federation, right? The same way that we built America and we built the UN and all this. And we have to build a post-capitalist society. And there's in Star Trek The Next Generation, they have an episode. They had an episode of The Next Generation where they unfreeze some people. They find them floating in space, and they're in like this cryogenic tube thing, you know, that they paid into around the 21st century. And like start of the 21st century, they paid into this, and so they got put up in space. The idea was that should the power systems fail, it's cold in space, so if your body's frozen, you won't thaw out and die. Because these were people with terminal illnesses and stuff that couldn't be cured, so they decided, well, if we freeze the person ahead of time, then they won't be dead and they can be revived later. Which is not a bad idea. It's the freezing part that's the problem. You can't just freeze a human body and go from there. Yeah. So it's kind of a scam, really. It was the idea of like, yeah, we'll throw you in orbit, whatever, it's not going to fail. And then it, like, floated off into nowhere because the orbit broke from Earth, and it was like, yep, cool. Anyway, they unfreeze these people. One of the guys is a banker, right? He's got his stock portfolio and whatever, and he wants to check on it. That bank hasn't existed for hundreds of years. you know? It's over. There is no more money. It's gone, right? They live in a shared economy where everybody contributes and there is no money inside the Federation. You know, and it helps a lot that they have the replicator system, because the replicator system lets them just convert energy into matter. Thus, they don't even need, like, foodstuffs, really. Like, yeah, you have actual food still being grown and stuff, but you have the synthetic variants that are basically just a nutrition block to keep you going. It's, you know, food and water can be synthesized through energy, right? And energy to matter transfer. Because it works along the same lines as the teleporter. You just give it in the pattern buffer, you store the energy, and the energy is, you know, the energy is neutral energy. And it becomes whatever pattern you tell it to. So it helps that they have that, but they even operate with rare resources. They go, yeah, this goes towards the common good, right? And people pose this question sometimes, like, well, if everybody just asks for as much as they want, if everybody can have as much as they want, what stops people from being greedy? Well, one, it's a moral thing, so the rest of society is going to look at you funny if you start acting like a greedy prick. There are still entrepreneurs in the Star Trek universe. They are allowed to operate that way. They're just not given any resources from the Federation. That's why any humans that are basically mercenaries or entrepreneurs, they're in it for themselves. They just go trading in goods, you know, and they might get a ship here or there, right? But their ship and everything, it's, you know, they're stocking later on Deep Space Nine standardized latinum, gold pressed latinum, as sort of a universal currency that the rest of the galaxy bothers to use. Whereas the Federation doesn't need it because everyone inside of Federation territory is a citizen of the Federation. So you are, as a citizen of the Federation, you are entitled to the rights of the Federation, which are food, water, and shelter. Those things are ingrained. So with food, water, shelter, and also education in the mix too, you have food, you have water, you have education, you have all your needs being met. Then the question becomes, well, what do I do with my time? Whatever the fuck you want, man. If you have a high test score in science, go be a scientist. Go study, you know, interstellar pulsars and get assigned to a ship, you know, and whatever. And it's a more merit-based society that way, too. It's not who you know, it's what you know. It doesn't matter if you're... I mean, there's a little bit of nepotism, there always is, but it's not like, oh, my father can pay for this expedition. Like, okay, he could, but, I mean, you could just easily get on a starship. A lot of people join the Federation and whatever. Again, Deep Space Nine also covers what happens when people don't want to be part of the Federation. You know, what if they want to just stick it out and do it themselves? But even then, those people don't have really a currency system either. They grow their food and then they share it, because that's what they've been taught. It's like, yeah. So why is it that we grow more food than we know what to do with? Like, we have more food in stores than we can even sell. It goes bad. So it's like, why does it go bad? I actually heard something that, you know, made me happy in a video. There's... what's his face? I can't remember his name, but it's an Asian guy. He, the fuck is that? Oh, it's like a purple thing floating in the sky. Okay. I was like, I thought that was coming, it was like a ball floating around there. No, it's like, I think it was a part of a butterfly that was getting culled out of camera. But I can't remember this friggin' guy, but he does, like, he's like a big Costco guy. He loves to do, like, reviews of Costco, and he does, like, food reviews. Like, you know, is it justified? Hell no. He, like, breaks out a scale of, like, what the weight is and how much it costs and all that. And, yeah, no, he's a great guy. Anyway, he did a video the other day, and I watched it, and in it, he was talking about, like, the Costco chicken and the rotisserie chickens that Costco makes. Okay, cool. Fantastic. And I always thought, okay, they're chickens, and they sell, and then apparently, the chickens they make, they're constantly making them because they... Oh, that's a big boy. Okay. And now he's dead. They're constantly making them because they only sit out for 2 hours. So what they'll do is they'll make the rotisserie chicken. They'll put it out for 2 hours and see if somebody buys it. And if somebody doesn't buy that particular chicken, they are swapping them out every 2 hours, right? As you do with hot food. And to keep it fresh, they swap it out every 2 hours. And then they take the old chicken that would normally be like, oh, well, nobody bought it, let's throw it out. Like, it wasn't my work. It was, hey, nobody bought these taquitos, we gotta throw them out after 4 hours. They're dead. You know, and they weren't bad after 4 hours. They were still highly edible. You just don't want to leave them on because then they're, you know, I don't know why we didn't simply refreeze them, like put them in the ice cream freezer in a Ziploc bag and then sell them for like 50 cents. We could have made some money back on that deal, but tomato. Anyway, the point I'm getting at here is that the rotisserie chicken gets salvaged. It gets recycled. they take them, they take the chicken, they tear it up, they shred it up, they you know, obviously they debone it and all that. They take the bones out, so they basically just shred all the meat off it. And then they take the meat, they shred it up, and they put it into chicken wraps or chicken burritos or chicken slaw, you know, like chicken pate for like spreading and making a sandwich out of. So it's the same stuff that they had before, right? It's the same rotisserie chicken, but it's being used in an alternate way. They're not wasting it. It's like, that's exactly it. And you get to see if somebody will buy that, you know? Over in Japan, they do this thing where they realize they have too much stock, so what they do is they offer their stock at lower prices. And they do it at peak times. They do it at like shift change times, when it's at the end of the day, you have the day people getting off work, you have the night people getting on to work. And so what do? For that hour, whatever was out during that day when they're about to do a restock, for that hour, anything on that shelf, marked down 50%. Hey, here's fresh food, 50% off. Cool. It's still fresh. It's still good. It was made that day. It's going to be fine. You know, it's been sitting in a case. It's not like it's been sitting out on a countertop. It's been sitting in a case. It's been kept at the right temperature. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? Then they go 50%. And then after that, if they go, oh, well, nobody bought it. Okay, cool. They'll probably, I don't know exactly what they do with it afterwards, but they might take it home. You know, they might give it to some of their employees. I'd take free food if I was working at a convenience store and they were like, hey, we're throwing these out, but they're still good. You want to take them home, have them for dinner? It's like, yeah, you know, I'll take that home, throw it in the freezer. I'll have it later. You know? You'd be surprised the type of shit you can freeze. Oh my god. Like, you can throw some shit in the freezer and it'll last a minute, you know? And just to make sure, like, bread's a peak thing to freeze. What you do is, the trick to it with bread, get a separate container for the bread, and what you do is you cut the loaf in half. You take half the loaf of the bread, and you know, portion it out, take that half out, you put it in the other container, you put that container in the freezer, so that if your bread goes bad on the shelf, if you forget to make a sandwich with it, instead of wasting what could be like 10 sandwiches, you only waste like 5 sandwiches if you forget all about the bread. So then you go, oh, I'm out of bread. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. You take the bread out, in like 3 hours it thaws out, and it's good to go. There you go. Simple. Resource management. Which is why I say, I love the idea of a soup kitchen. I love the idea of a buffet, of a you know, a line, of a, like, bread lines. I love the idea of bread lines. The idea of staples that everybody shares and everybody agrees on. Says, yep, rice and beans, you know? Stuff in cans that we can just pre-proportion and say, hey, we got a big old stew of rice and beans we made up. You know, bring your own pot, we'll fill it up. Cool. Or just have reusable ones that you give people that are already portioned. So you say, like, make it like the milkman, right? Where with the milkman back in the day, it was portioned out to a certain amount. So what they would do is the milkman in the morning would come by, and he would give you fresh milk for the day, right? Because this is before proper refrigeration, pasteurization, and things, right? They were still figuring that out, and people wanted fresher milk. And so until you had the stable milks, you couldn't, yeah. I mean, milk's another thing. We shouldn't be doing milk. You have milk substitutes. Oh, we're cooking. Okay, evaporated milk. Oh, well, what about if we, you know, want cereal? Okay, you just use, like, a different type of milk. Use, like, a fake milk, you know? You use one of those shelf-stable milks. They're just fine. Like, those are... Like, yeah, I know Silk's a little bit shit, but it's fine otherwise. But yeah, no, that's what it is. And the milkman would come and get it, and they'd refresh it. Cool. And they would swap it out with your bottles. So what would they do? They would take the bottles, they would load them in their truck, they would take them back to the bottling plant, so when they're done making their rounds, they're done for the day because there's no more work. You're not there to collect anything more. You're like, again, I'm not sure the exact, like, we'll do a stream. We'll do a stream one day where we look at, like, all the shit in the 50s and 60s that we lost because it was cool shit. Like, the 40s to 60s, like, up until the hippie era, it was real good shit. Basically, everything was going pretty great, and then JFK got popped by the billionaires. Like, they straight up killed him because it was going too well for the poor people. That was the problem. And so then Nixon gets in and reverses all that shit. Because he's an asshole. He's a racist. You know. And that's not like, oh, everybody I disagree with race. No, he was literally a racist. Like, there are tapes of him calling out black people. And there's tapes of him planning to, like, there's a dude that worked in his cabinet that was like, yeah, the reason we made weed illegal, like the war on drugs, that was complete bullshit. We couldn't criminalize being black, so we criminalized the things that black people did, and the war on drugs disproportionately affects black black people, you know, because drugs are in lower income neighborhoods. Why are drugs in lower income neighborhoods? Because people have lower income. They're stressed the fuck out, you know? And so they get on drugs. You know? It helps when the government intentionally puts drugs into their community. It starts, you know, putting it in there, but, you know. That's not to say, like, oh, all the drugs, the crack came from the G-Man, you know? Kind of did, kind of not, but, you know, whatever. Anyway, point being, the milkman used to do that. And so, that's what you should do. It's just have portion things. I would not give one good goddamn if there was a buffet. I had this idea, and it was an idea for a buffet. And I told my mom this. We had this conversation about it as well, where it was like, what soup kitchens? Oh, that's cool. It's like a moth. It's like a hive for moths. So when you hit it, all the moths come out. Because you destroyed their house, so they all run outside. They all fly away. That's cool. Anyway, I mean, it's not cool. I'm destroying their habitat, but it's okay. It's fine. It'll grow back. It will grow back, you know? So, I love the idea of, I look at the images from the 40s, and it's like, yeah, that sucks that people were forced to go to a breadline and forced to be at a soup kitchen. That's the part that I don't like, is the forced part of things, right? It's kind of like in sexual power dynamics, right? So, yeah, we're getting real family-friendly here. But sexual power dynamics are the same way, where the idea of, like the thing that separates... How do I phrase this without sounding really bad? The thing that separates rape and rape fantasies is the fantasy part, right? The idea is that both parties in the fantasy are consenting, right? And no one's actually being hurt. It's just the idea that you want to give up control to somebody else. As with most things in sex, if you actually research, you know, sex crimes and things, rape is actually not about sex at all, right? It's not actually about that. You know, well, they want to... Yeah, no, it's not that. If they just wanted to, like, have, you know, aggressive sex like that with somebody, and some of them do, they would go to a prostitute, right? That would be the idea, is they would just go do that, right? They would just pay somebody to do that. Or, you know, they don't want to pay, so they're like, let's rape somebody, whatever. It's not about the sex. It's about the power dynamic, right? And the same thing can be applied to soup kitchens. I am not opposed to the idea of soup kitchens, public communal food. You know, I love that idea, right? I learned to love that idea when I was on campus, and I would go to the food halls with my buddy because he had the food plan, and I didn't, but it was only like $10 to eat. I'm like, hey, $10, that's, find me somewhere else. We can load up your plate with all kinds of different shit for like $10 above it. Like, it's pretty damn good. You know, it's pretty damn good. But the thing we would do is just go to the food hall. And there was a nice variety of stuff. Now, throughout the day, it would change, right? So if you go for breakfast, they have breakfast stuff. If you go for lunch, they have lunch stuff. You go for dinner, they have dinner stuff. You know? So they would change out stuff during the types of day. So that might be the only limiting factor, is that you can't get what you want on demand, right, at these places. But does it really matter? If you have a place like Golden Corral where they're constantly cooking all the stuff all day, different stuff. Here's, you know, we're doing this, we're doing that. Here's the breakfast menu, the lunch menu, the dinner menu. Cool, you know? And if you go in there, then you have fewer choices. You go, okay, well, I can get some rice and beans, I can get some meat, whatever. It's a la carte. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So you put together your own plate. You eat what you feel like eating. Nobody's telling you have to eat this, right? This is contrary to the other thing. So you either have to set up a system whereby you're giving people healthy food and you're saying, okay, this is decent food. Here's the place you can go to get food, whatever. And I always thought, like, hey, if you want to have the system and you want to keep monetary stuff, like you want to keep capitalism, okay, fine, cool. I mean, I think we can't keep capitalism. Capitalism goes or we do, right? Now, it's not to be like, you know, fucking Sayud, fucking full communist. You know, we're not doing that. Like, that's equally disastrous if you go to that extreme of things, right? So you got to temper it one way and the other. But if you want to keep money and you say, okay, yeah, money, great. Money, just as long as money's not the driving force. But you say, like, okay, money, cool. The transition to this, at least, would be having money, which would then, you know, basically pay for the workers and things, right? If you didn't have, like, in my perfect world, everything is not run by the government, but the government employs everybody, right? So the idea is that everybody is a government worker when they work in water, power, housing, like public utility. So if you're working in food, utilities, and housing. Those are the three things that I think need to be government controlled totally. Like, now, that doesn't mean that the government makes shitty things. That means that those things should be human rights, right? They are human rights. Don't let anybody lie to you about that. You have the right to food. You have the right to clean water. You have the right to, you know, a place to sleep and, you know, like, yeah, no, it's, you have the right to food, water, and shelter. Those are God-given rights, you know? And again, not big G, little g, right? Whatever God exists, whatever thing created the universe, nature, we'll say Mother Nature, right? Those are your natural given rights, right? Those are your natural, immutable, inalienable rights, right? Because you are designed to consume food, you are designed to consume water, and you are designed to sleep when you're tired. So why the fuck are these things considered commodities? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't simply share these things. So yeah, to me, I love the idea of government farms growing government food, which is transported by government trucks, distributed by government kitchens. I absolutely love that idea. And what you do is, you make the kitchen in the same place as the supermarket, so that you can go and get the food, so that you don't have to go to different areas. You just take all the supermarkets, you build a little spot next to it that's like a kitchen, and you say, hey, there's a little kitchen, like a little cafe, where it makes this up. We're already doing this, by the way. Like, this is already a thing in supermarkets. You already have delis. You have guys that make sandwiches, guys that make sushi, guys that make the soups or whatever. Like, you have guys making shit. In like, you go to Publix, you go to the deli, you can get a sandwich made. Okay? What's so hard about adding soups and breads? Literally, just imagine a Golden Corral. Because we already know what this system looks like. I'm just removing the monetary incentive from it, right? Take Golden Corral. Golden Corral is the perfect example of how to do this. You just have a place where a whole bunch of people can come, they can sit down and eat the food. You just have guys on the kitchen making the food. And if everybody's a government worker, guess what? You can just employ a ton of people. That way you can have shorter shifts with more focused work. So if you go in, it's like, all right, you're going in to do food service. Food service sucks. Yeah, because it's like a 6 to 8 hour, 6, 8, 10, 12 hour shift. Whatever, however long it is, right? You know, food service is one thing I tend to try to avoid. It is, because it sucks. Everybody agrees it sucks. You know how you get it to suck less? As with any job. Work less hours, do less work, and the work sucks less. How can we do the same amount of work, or even more work, if the worker doesn't work harder? You work smarter, not harder, dumbass. You employ more people. Okay? You employ more than you need, and that's the problem solved. Take farms, for instance. Think of it this way. If a farm needs 100 people, or okay, let's make it real simple. We'll say a farm needs 10 people to operate, right? To get everything done on that farm in the day, you only need 10 people. That's your skeleton crew, that's your bare minimum, that's everybody, all hands on deck, working throughout the day. Yeah, they take a break for lunch, they take a water break here or there, but basically you have a 10-hour day, and 2 of those hours is break time, but the other 8 hours is work, right? You're always doing something. It's a farm. There's always something to do, right? Now imagine, you need those 10 guys, right? And let's just say it's a farm that specializes in one thing. It's a potato farm. That's all it does is potatoes. It doesn't have chickens or whatever, which isn't true. Family farms tend to have multiple income streams, and multiple things help the farm. Like, you grow corn, you feed the corn to the chickens lay eggs, so then you have eggs, and then you use fertilizer, you use the pigs, create fertilizer, and whatever. It's a whole ecosystem. Farms are supposed to be like a miniature ecosystem. Anyway, point being, let's just say it's bespoke creation. In my perfect world, everything would be stratified, so that things don't need to interact if they don't need to, right? You still have them feeding off each other, right? So if you make a potato farm, and you have potatoes left over from the farm, then those potatoes go and make alcohol, and that alcohol is then redistributed to the farms in the form of ethanol, or rather corn. Corn and potatoes can make flammable liquid, right? And then you use that as gasoline to run the chainsaws and the tractors and things. Like, that's the idea of recycling all that back into the system. But let's just say you have 10 people working on a potato farm, and it takes these 10 people 10 hours, right? because it's basically the ratio becomes 1 worker per 1 hour of work. Okay, so it takes them 10 hours to pick the potatoes, lay down the fertilizer, whatever the fuck they're doing, right? With whatever they're doing, it takes them 10 hours. Because everybody's got multiple jobs to do. They got to run between doing... Some guys got to go get the tractor. Some guys got to pick the potatoes, whatever. Cool. Now imagine that you're all out there picking the potatoes, whatever. It takes you 10 hours to do what you're doing with the potatoes. Harvest them, replant them, do it again, whatever, right? Okay, cool. What happens if you add 10 more workers? No, seriously, think about it. If the limiting factor in your productivity is manpower, then you simply throw men at the problem. This is something that the Russians and the Chinese and the Japanese have proved. Right? The Asians and the Russians prove that this is a viable strategy. You simply have more men than you know to do it. This is the Sotarans, right? In Doctor Who, there is an intergalactic empire that is, like, subjugated untold worlds, right? They are the Sotaran Empire, and they are designed to be warriors. Their entire culture is nothing but warriors. Where I said before in another stream, the Klingons in Star Trek, they're mostly warriors. They have a warrior culture, but they also do art and other things. And they have scientists, they have doctors, things like that. Not so with the Sotarans. They are all bred to be just warriors and only warriors. They are designed to do that. The fuck is this? Okay, it's a portal. They're designed to just do that because they're an expanding empire. They've made their people into nothing but soldiers, right? Not that they're automatons, but they just really appreciate war. They've learned to love war, you know? That's just their thing. Ooh, Bounty Hunter. Nice. Bounty Hunter would be nice, but I don't really need that much gold to get rid of it. And then the Sotarans, they just go around and they throw men at the problem. Why? They hatch their guys. They don't reproduce in the traditional way. They hatch their guys. And I say guys, but they actually don't have a gender. They're asexual. They're just potato people. They're squash. They're just like, meh, little squat. They're basically the dwarves of Doctor Who when you think about it in that term, right? If you think about it in that way, they are to Doctor Who what the dwarves are to other, you know, fantasy settings, right? Anyway, let's see. We gotta get this dragon. This guy's probably gonna attack me. Oh yeah, he's pissed. Oh no. Okay, he's not part of that. Oh, the dragon's crying out for help. He's yelling. Also, that's a great noise. Ah, I got stuck on my shirt. But yeah, that's basically it. Is they have one dedicated thing, right? And so the Sotarans, they are... What? How the fuck did I just die? I had full health, you ass! Excuse the fuck out of you! You took my superiority? Oh my god, you suck! This game is rigged, I swear to god. Now I have to get superiority back. On top of a million other things. My build is shit. I got half money to delete this build and just make it into a gatherer build. It's god lord. Alright. Give me that damn jewel. Was he not a regular guy? Is that the problem? Was he this guy? Yeah, oh yeah, this is... Yeah, that would be why he one-tapped me. So you had a boss guy standing around like he wasn't a boss guy. And I couldn't see him properly because of the curvature of the... God damn it. Alright. Anyway, so the Sotarans, right? So back to what I'm saying about, like, farms and Sotarans and things. So the Sotarans, they are guys which dedicate everything to their thing. I'm not sure exactly how I'm relating this back to farms. I was saying, like, you have farms, you dedicate that, cool, whatever. So you have that, right? And they dedicate their entire thing to just the application of war, right? So with farms, if you have a potato farm and you need 10 guys for the farm to function at a base level. If you double that, you add 20 guys, right? You throw men at the problem, right? That's why. Okay, that's why I was saying Sotarans. I was trying to remember what my train of thought was. So my train of thought is basically like the Sotarans, you know, Sotaran stratagem. That's what you need to apply to it. Throw men at the problem. And that doesn't mean sacrifice people to the altar of work and just say, oh yeah, 5 people could do, you know, it's a job for 10, but if we really cut corners, we could do it with 8 really dedicated guys. And even then, 1 could call out sick and we could force the other 7 to work, you know? That's bullshit, right? That's stupid. Why would you do it that way? It's a much more efficient thing to just say, hey, if it takes one guy 1 hour to do his work, then by definition, if 2 guys are employed doing the same thing, then it will cut the time in half because they'll have half as much work individually, right? The individual will have half the workload. So imagine that 10-man operation that takes 10 hours. If you make it a 100-man operation and everybody just, it gets done in an hour. Why? Everybody grabs one thing. Everybody picks 10 potatoes. You need to pick 100 potatoes. That's going to take 10 hours. That takes one guy 10 hours. Guess what? Add 100 guys. It now takes 100 guys 1 hour because they all pick like one potato in an hour. I mean, that's not a great ratio, but you get the idea, right? Ratios aside, you get the fucking idea. Yeah, it's big, you know? Like, that's the idea, is you throw manpower at the problem's solved. If everybody works for just 5 minutes, this was supposed to happen, by the way. Our advancements in technology and our productivity, it was predicted like 100 years ago. There was some guy like 100 years ago that was predicting that at this level of technology, at this point in time, we would be able to produce like 3 times as much as their... Again, 100 years ago was like 1920s or something. He was saying that compared to their current production rate, we would be producing... I think it was supposed to be 2 times as much. And we were then supposed to be... We were supposed to be producing twice as much, but with our level of technology and our understanding of logistics, we would be able to produce twice as much goods. We would be twice as productive as they were, but we would only be working like 15 minutes a day of real dedicated work, right? And so this is where you get the idea of bullshit jobs, because bullshit jobs are just to justify the work itself and not to actually do the job. Because now, when you actually compare his predictions to what came true, we are working about 4.5 times more. Like, our productivity is 4.5 times greater than what was predicted. The prediction was we would be twice as productive. We are 4.5 times productive compared to the original, right? And we are working all the fucking time. So let me get this straight. We have to still work at the same amount, if not more hours than they used to work. And we've already beaten the prediction for productivity. We already have more than we need. If you live in a first world country where logistics has been solved and infrastructure exists, you have food, water, and shelter. You know how to build houses. You know how to build apartments. There's housing. You know how to clean water, right? You know how to build water recycling plants, water treatment plants. You know how to do that, okay? Food. You know how nutrition affects the soil, right? Nitrate and things. And these are, like, there's, like, how animal husbandry works. You know how to make efficient farms. You've made factory farms to produce even more than you even consume. We produce so much that we can't even store it all. Like, we have... Oh my god, it's like, it's ridiculous, you know? We produce all the... Oh my god, you need rubies, and it's all the way back here, and I'm mad about it. I have to go all the way back here just to get... Or not rubies, but rose petals. Oh, you dick, don't hit me. What the fuck are the rose petals? I have to go all the way back here for rose petals to create the shortcut. Lame as fuck. But yeah, that's the idea, is to be efficient. That's why I say, I love the idea of government soup kitchens giving out government food that was grown on government farms and transported by government truckers. That's what the government's for. Otherwise, why the fuck are you around? What are you there for? What, to constrain private industry? Here's an idea, dumbass. You won't need to waste your time trying to constrain private industry if private industry is left to only the luxuries. And again, you should still constrain private industry in those things, but, you know, that's... If all they're doing is luxuries, you don't have to worry so much about what they're up to. Right? That's the idea. So take a Golden Corral. Jesus. Have them rationing food off the side. So all the food comes in. They portion out what they're going to use in a day. And then whatever's left over, that's already, you package it and whatever into big... You get the rice, you package the rice in a big containers. And you say, okay, this amount goes to us. We're going to use that today. And this next amount, we're going to stockpile. So we're stockpiling enough for tomorrow. So we're prepping. We're saying, this is our shipment for the next day, right? So we get a shipment in. That's enough for a week. So we keep our week shipment, and then we do that. So then maybe you do the shopping on different days. Maybe you just go at different times. And you say, okay, Mondays is when everybody goes to pick up their rice. Tuesdays is if you want rice, you pick it up this day. You just organize it. It's not fucking complicated. You just say, today I'm doing this. Tomorrow I'm doing that. Simple. And you just give people little ration books that say, okay, you are a household of this much, Again, you don't even need to do a household. You could just go to the individual person level, right? I love the idea of food stamps. I think food stamps are great. I just think they need to be not so stupid. Because right now, they're stupid. They're restricted to only specific things in the store. Okay. They're restricted to only specific things in the store, but food stamps are not applied to everyone. They're only applied to the destitute, right? You have to be unemployed, you have to be a certain thing, and then your food stamps get calculated based on need, and it's like, okay, why isn't everybody just given food stamps so that our expenditures don't have to even go to food? Because it's supposed to be good as money anyway. The idea of food stamps is that the government is the one backing it. What am I doing? I was supposed to go get fucking flower petals. God damn it. See, this is some bullshit. You gotta go all the way back here for the flower petals. I swear I'm missing something here. There's like no flower petals around here. I'm mad about it. But yeah, that's what it is. With food stamps, you can go one of two ways. You're gonna just give people some fucking money so they have money, they can do what they need with it. And say, yeah, we're not gonna worry about food stamps and all that. Because that would be part of UBI, by the way. Like, if you had UBI, you'd be replacing social welfare, essentially. You say, okay, social welfare now applies to everyone. And we're gonna start by taking what is currently allocated to social welfare, food stamps, welfare in general, public housing assistance, things like that, and we're gonna say that it's, God damn it, just switch the. Yeah. We're gonna say that is just part of the UBI funding now to start it off, and that'll contribute to it. Which is a good idea, because then you start with that. And then you cut back in areas like military spending and stuff, and you reduce the cost of things by controlling the market. And you say, okay, now the money's making sense, and we don't need as much. But you gotta do it slowly. You can't exactly jump in and say, yay, UBI for everybody. It's like, you're gonna have to phase out employment slowly over time. You're gonna have to say, okay, we're gonna start with a stipend of like, we'll start it as a grocery bill, right? We'll replace the food stamps, but we'll say everybody's getting food stamps worth $200 now, right? Oh, what if you have a bigger family? Sucks. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's going to have to be for a minute, It's like, and again, that 200 is supposed to be like each individual person, right? So you could probably even say, all right, we're going to, and again, that's just pure money. That's not restricted in any way, like food stamps and welfare are now. You can only spend it on certain things. The problem with the government is that they don't want to get out of their own freaking way. Means testing is a terrible thing because you're treating people as if they're children. You're not giving them autonomy, which is not encouraging them to actually learn how to use their money properly and use the resources they've been handed. You're telling them it's only good for this. Okay, well, if you're going to tell me it's only good for that, why don't you get some nutritionists together, look at the person's, body and everything, and go, okay, this person's not allergic to anything, like, here's our baseline. Somebody who's not allergic to something, has no medical conditions, and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Point being, you come up with the average of food. And you come up with like, okay, you need like 2,000 calories a day. Great, cool. You put together a box. Rice, beans, cheese, non-perishable stuff. Things that can last a while. And you hand that out. And you say, okay, here's your allocation for the month. I love the idea of being able to go to an office and pick up government cheese, Why not? Why the fuck not? Here's the thing. It's calorie dense. It's rich. You might want to season it a little bit because we skimped on the seasonings. You don't really need the what about the seasonings, We need some seasoning on that. So, yeah. But here's all the things. You cook it basically. And, oh, what about protein? Okay, here's some canned meat. That's, lightly salted, whatever. That will last you a month. It's, and so it doesn't need to be preserved as well because it's only designed to last a month. You say, here's your box. Here's your box of food for the month. There you go, eat through that. Well, what if they eat it all at once? Then that's their problem. It's same thing with UBI. It's like, well, what if you give them the money? This is what means testers say all the time. Well, we can't just give people money. They'll use it on drugs and alcohol instead of rent and food and the things they're supposed to be using it on. They might. And then that's their problem. And then society can say, hey, we gave you the means to support yourself and you chose not to. That is what we like to call social Darwinism, right? Instead of, you know, we removed ourselves from the equation of the strong survive, right? Well, it's not even the strong, it's the fit. The most fit are supposed to survive and evolve, right? We've removed that. And so we need to basically re-engineer a way for the idiots of society to get rid of themselves, for the problem to solve itself, which is not to have people in our society who are incompetent and, you know, oh, what about people on drugs or whatever? This goes hand in hand with welfare, though. It's like when I say welfare, I mean social welfare. UBI goes hand in hand with social welfare. You're supposed to also be... Hello? What's this way? It's a sneaky, that's what's this way. You're supposed to, like, promote the public good through, like, you know, put guys in jail who deal drugs. You know, I say death to the dealers, because if you're choosing to deal drugs, you're at a fucking low point, man. You're a scumbag. You know, we don't really need somebody like that. But that's my punitive side. That's my hang-in judge side. My reasonable side, my rational side is saying, okay, if we're trying to make a better world, let's go more Sweden, more Norway, and like let's go like the Nordic countries and actually rehabilitate prisoners who want to try and be better. We want to give them therapy and show them a better way of doing things, you know. Give them the choice at least and say like, look, you're going to be in here for drugs or violence or whatever, you know, like selling drugs, assaulting other people, whatever. We got to put you away. But we're going to give you some books to read, we're going to give you some stuff, we're going to give you some structured time, but we're also going to let you kind of do what you want. Like we're going to be like, look, here's therapy, here's classes on budgeting and home ec and certifications for jobs, like how to woodwork and things like that. We're going to give you a purpose. We're going to give you a point to your existence so that you don't feel angry and the need to lash out at other people. You become a productive member of society. That's the idea of rehabilitation. That's why in Star Trek, there are no prisons. There's... like, unless you're, like, straight up a terrorist, you have to, there's a character that is a terrorist in Deep Space Nine that ends up in a prison. And we get to see what an actual prison looks like in DS9. So, you usually don't have prisons, you have penal colonies. They don't even call them penal colonies. They really just refer to them as, like, rehabilitative colonies. Like, they're like rehab colonies. The idea is, like, yeah, you did something wrong, but what you did wrong wasn't through malice. You just kind of, you made an oopsie. You know, we're going to treat it like an oopsie, and you're going to sit here, and it's basically a gilded cage, right? The idea is like, yeah, here's your rations, here's your, you know, food and water and whatever, here's a proper bed and everything. Like, you have your own room and all that. Very much the Nordic model. And the idea is, like, when you come out, you are more useful and less likely to offend again because you have skills and you have purpose, and the therapy sessions are supposed to help you, you know, understand yourself better, right? That's the idea. So that's how you do it in Star Trek, in Norway and whatever. But yeah, that goes hand in hand with it of like social Darwinism. You need social Darwinism because you don't have actual Darwinism anymore. You don't have the fittest that survive now is because our system is built on psychopathy, right? So, did we even get everything out here? Oh yeah, no, it says 100%. Shit. I don't know why I clicked the button. I need water. I've been yapping for 3 hours, which is 1 glass of water. It's a new record. And that's what it is, right? So no, I love the idea of that, you know, because if you're not going to treat people with the respect of, hey, here's some money, we expect you to sort it out, and we'll tell you, you know, you're an adult, you can figure it out because you're an adult, right? If you need help, ask, but we'll just leave you to your own devices and you'll figure it out, you know, sink or swim type of stuff, you know. But the... Okay, fucking die, fishman. Okay. Where were we going? What were we doing? Oh, that's right. We're gonna get the ball over here, right? Because I was gonna do the ball and then I sidetracked into the dungeon. What do we have right now? Do we have the keys and stuff? No. Ah, shit. Yeah, that was just get another dragon. So we got a couple of the dragon jewels. But that's my take on it. Is I love the idea of like, okay, if the government is gonna treat you like a child, just go full bore have some nutritionists sit down, figure out the good average for things. Rice, beans, cheese, meat. Meat, you might want to be fresher, so you could just say, hey, here's your coupon to go to the store and pick up some meat, because this meat, this allotment of meat would work. So chicken, beef, whatever. And more things need to be a la carte, by the way. More things need to be like a buffet. I don't like the grocery stores the way they're set up in their portions, because their portions are big portions of like families. Where it's like, oh, this is designed to cook like, everything in the store is either designed to where you can cook it for a family of 4 or 4 nights of an individual. It's like, that doesn't work. What if I don't want that thing 4 nights in a row? What if I want something different every night? What if I just need a little bit of this or a little bit of that? What if you're going to the store? So, like, produce. Produce is great because you just get a little bit. You don't need to buy a whole thing of it, right? There's, like, packs of tomatoes, but you could also just buy a singular tomato. If you just, I need one more tomato. So instead of wasting food and buying 2 tomatoes, Produce should be the model for all grocery stores. The way I see it, I see grocery stores, I see it more as the soup kitchen allotment ration thing. But if we are going to have grocery stores and stuff, even in the soup kitchen idea, the idea would be, it's kind of BYOB, but you would get people into this idea of having containers, right? The idea of like, we don't accept random pots and pans and things. Oh, you don't have a container? We have hundreds in the back. Let me go get you one. And so this is your rice container, and you could design the containers to all fit inside each other. So after you use them and then you rinse them out and whatever, then you stack them all up. Then when you get there, you unpack it. It's like Aldi. You bring your own bag. Aldi is proof that people know how to bag their own groceries. So let me get this straight. You think people are competent enough to run a self-checkout, but you don't think people are competent enough to portion their own shit at a grocery store, Simple. You make a big dispenser for the rice. It's not hard. You just pour a bunch of rice in the top, and then you go by and then you fill up your thing. And you have little marks on the thing that tells people how much of the thing that you're getting and whatever. Cool. How hard is that? Or again, pre-proportioned things, right? The idea is like, oh, okay, what do you want? You want some rice? Cool. And you trade in your container. And you say, okay, well, my container at the house isn't full yet, but I want to get that. So at the house, all you got to do is take whatever's left in there, have your own container at the house. Have a transport container and your own container at the house. So your transport container is always empty. So you bring in the empty container, you give them that. So you have home, and then you have travel, right? Simple. It's like, okay, so we always keep the travel containers in the car. Cool. And then, and then if somebody doesn't have one, it's like, oh, I forgot it. It's like, okay, well, next time just make sure to bring both in. And that way we have that back in the system. We don't have to make another one, right? Saves on plastic and such, Cool. So you just do a rice dispenser. If you trust people that much. We have to get to that trust stage first of people not stealing things. But even easier thing is if you have people working there in the kitchen and they know how much they have in the back, it's like, all right, cool. So this guy wants this much. All right, cool. So we just run to the back. We go to the big container of rice that's, the dispenser. We take it. It's like an ice machine. You just fill it up. You just depress the lever and the thing comes out, right? I think sauces, it'd be a little hard to do that with sauces. You might need to still prepackage those into bottles. But, that's one of those rare exceptions where, like, dried goods can easily be stored in a massive container. You don't really have to worry about it. You don't have to keep that container empty a lot of the time. So you would want to run through that. You wouldn't want a new shipment coming in to replace what's there until it actually gets low and you're about to have a run on things. That's the only issue. But it's the same thing as stocking. It's just taking it from the individual level and saying, I paused it for a reason, by the way. After I finish yapping about rice, I'm going to go get some water. So we did about 3 hours, which is not too bad so far. Trying to finish up this planet. We're only 63% on Dragonora, though. I'm not as far as I'd like to be, but we're probably going to jump up here soon. So yeah, with the rice, it's the same thing, right? You already order all that shit to the store. It's just that it's in a pre-packaged thing, right? Now, the only potential issue I could see is like tainting, but if something gets tainted along the way for transport, that's the only difficulty. But that's why you would test it when it gets there. You would say, okay, we got our new batch of rice in. Before you even touch it, just scoop out like, a thing from the top, right? So you get a big tank of rice in, and you say, okay, scoop it from the top, which is the last piece of rice that was loaded, and then you scoop it from the bottom, which is the first piece of rice, and then you and then you test those, and if they look good, then you're good. Because it's like, if the last thing was good and the first thing was good, then there's no way contamination found its way in the middle, because the whole batch is from the same thing. But you know the last thing loaded in. If the last thing's loaded in, but the first thing's fine, then you know the contamination happened later. So then you start going level by level and going, okay, the rice down here is fine, this other rice is contaminated, whatever. But again, we have really good cleanliness standards, right? That's the whole point of things like the FDA, is to have cleanliness standards in food. That's why we don't get food poisoning all the time. That's why it's, you know, that's the unfortunate thing, is that it's an after the fact thing, right? Europe has even stricter laws where they won't sell food until you can prove it's good and edible. You have to prove the food's good. Whereas with America, we have an assumption that if the food is coming from the factory is clean, therefore the food is clean and it's fine. Leads to recalls sometimes, because sometimes stuff sneaks in. Not terrible, as long as there's enough guys doing their job inspecting the stuff and people are staying on the ball with cleanliness. It's all about hygiene. But yeah, no, it's wild. Anyway, I'll continue ranting about soup kitchens in a minute, but I need to go get a drink, so we'll be right back. I'm not going to AFK, I'm just going to... Wait, hold on. Somebody's... Okay, nothing important. Just Discord notifications. Anyway, I will be right back. Stay tuned. We return back to it. Okay, I am gonna check off those notifications on Discord though, just because they're there. Let's see, I'm getting tagged in things. What's this? Okay, I'll have to read that later. It's a kind of a wall of text. Okay. Nothing pressing. Okay, moving on. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing with soup kitchens, right? Is I love the idea of communal food because it's supposed to be communal. You know, that's the entire idea of breaking bread and having family structure is you eat food near other people, you know? Like, yes, we usually do that for security. That's the primal reason, is to be safe. But, you know, now most of the world, you know, it's safe. You don't have to worry about somebody coming by and snatching your food. Like, that's the whole point of laws and things. But, yeah, yeah. No. The whole thing is just kind of fucking sideways. Speaking of sideways, can I get my goddamn controller to fucking work right? Get in front of me, cord. Jesus. Cord to get stuck. Annoying the crap out of me. Okay. Fucking whack his ass. Jesus. Okay. Alright, we need blues. Where's the blues? Clouds are this way. I'm not doing as much damage off my freaking thing. Because the boost damage is gone now. I gotta get superiority back. Ain't that a bitch. But yeah, it's supposed to be communal. That's the idea, right? And if it's not communal, then what the fuck are we doing here? Oh my god, I need 500 for that? Jesus. You realize how few of these clouds I actually have? Like, yeah, I can get like 100 each, but... Like, this whole thing I just mined was only worth 200, which means I gotta do this again. I do like that whenever you break the clouds, it's like the clouds break so they get lightning. That's pretty fun. It makes that noise, that nice thunder noise. You know? Yeah, I don't see a problem with that kind of system. You know, the idea of like, hey, here's like food, share food. As long as I have mine, I don't give a fuck what anybody else is doing, right? And not in the negative way, right? The boomers had, I feel like my generation, I feel like I'm probably counted as more of an older Zoomer rather than a younger millennial. It's weird being in between. It really is. Because I don't do the whole terminally online thing like these fucking kids do nowadays, where they're just constantly on Instagram and shit. It's like, I grew up with the phone. I didn't grow up on the phone. You know what I mean? Like, the phone reached maturity around the time that I did. Because the first iPhone was like 2008, 2010, something like that, you know? So we didn't even have smartphones until I was like 14 or so. It was, yeah. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? I don't know. I'm just standing here hitting trees, babbling about the damn technology. Anyway, but yeah, I think there is a difference, right? So the boomers, they always had a thing about, you know, I am concerned with myself and only myself. Whereas my community, we are a little more aware. Let's say, I don't know why I even opened that. I guess it's just a shortcut to get back down, but I could just jump down here too, so whatever. Opens it up now. It's a pretty waterfall. Actually, there might be something behind the waterfall, but okay. But yeah, they had this mentality, this negative mentality of, why should I care about other people? It doesn't matter, you know? They don't matter to me because I don't matter to them. That's how they thought, right? Oh, fuck, how do I do this? No, there was a secret in here. Okay, that's the last one for that. That's good. That's good there, but fuck I do with all your shit. How am I supposed to get this thing upstairs? Okay, first off, is there anywhere else I'm missing? Yeah, there's like there's the dragon thing. It looks like I've completed the world, but there's this cloud area I haven't been to yet. Holy shit! They almost beat my ass because the game didn't automatically attack them. See, there's the cloud area, and then this over here is where I got the ball from, right? Yeah, it's like up here. That resets the ball. Oh, I see. Okay, now that the stairs are open that way, I can bring the ball this way. Okay, got it. Holy shit! Fuck off, fishmen! Just die! Leave me alone. Fuck, man. The fishmen were attacking, and then I had to mine some flowers, and just kept dropping the ball. So annoying. Literally dropped the ball. Ooh. Ooh, I don't like this. Ooh, it's creepy. But yeah, that's the difference, I think, between boomers and zoomers, is the boomers had no community, right? I mean, they had their little communities. They had their little suburbs and their, you know, whatever, right? But these were, you know, the family cookout. Hi, Bob, how you going? How's the wife? Haha, type shit, right? But at the end of the day, they were not going to stick their neck out for Bob, right? Bob was just the guy that borrowed their lawnmower, you know? Not that Bob was worth worrying about, you know? Oh, like money, right? Like, that was always a problem with them, right? It was always a taboo to talk about money, right? You weren't supposed to talk about money. You were supposed to be a man and supposed to provide things and whatever. And if you didn't, it was supposed to make you feel like a failure. You know, like you're lazy and all this. Again, all programming from the capitalists. It was very intentional. They programmed people like that, and it's not the boomers' fault, but it is their responsibility. I've heard that one in the last couple years. I've heard that phrase, and it's a very good phrase. It explains a lot of. Also, these are reminding me of Protoss crystals. It's like the pylons from StarCraft. You must construct additional pylons. It's basically what it looks like. It's like a blue crystal just like that. It doesn't have the little crystals, but it's basically like just a typical diamond shape, you know, up and down, right? And then, okay, diamond goes like this, right? Long, elongated rhombus is like a diamond. And it's basically that, but it's like a cone. It's like 2 cones stacked on top of each other, basically. And then it's a prism of similar to this. And it doesn't have. I think it does have 1 or 2 small crystals around it. That might even be the inspiration. But it has this ring, this like metallic ring that goes around it, and assuming that's what gathers the energy from the crystal and whatever. Yeah. But yeah, no, like with the 50s, they always had this thing where it was like, what was within their power was what mattered, and if something was outside of their power, they didn't like it because they didn't like giving up control. They could control what they could control, but what they couldn't control was different and therefore bad, right? Different was bad because different could not be controlled, it could not be predicted, and it could not serve them directly, right? And so they think, I've got mine, if you get yours, that's your problem. Just work hard, you know? And it was somewhat true when they were around. It was true for them because of the systems of the Silent Generation. The Boomers themselves did not actually create any good systems. They didn't actually do anything good. Like, never. Like, the Boomers never actually did anything worth doing. The closest they came to doing anything good was when they cosplayed as being what we would call nowadays woke, where the term woke comes from, the idea of, like, you know, waking up, like the Age of Aquarius type shit, right? And they would just play hippie. And I say play because a lot of the hippies were just, like, rich kids from the burbs that couldn't really... They were posers, essentially. They didn't actually have to worry about money and stuff, even though the hippie movement, the beatniks, were supposed to be, like, you know, chill dudes. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. It was supposed to be Azurite. They're supposed to be, like, chill dudes, you know, and not... And it was supposed to be everybody coming together, not just, hey, we're gonna smoke weed and do nothing, man. And then, what else you gonna do? You gonna fix any of the systems? No? Okay, cool. You're gonna go back to those suburbs, you're gonna go back to mommy and daddy's connections, and you're gonna get a job, and you're gonna then pull the ladder up behind you. And that's exactly what they did. They pulled the ladder up behind them. They made sure to fuck over everybody following them. Gen X, Millennials, and Zoomers, all. Like, this is why I will never understand Gen X. They always have this deal of like, oh yeah, man, we're the middle children, we're the fucking forgotten ones. We learn to just suck it up, whatever. And I'm thinking, so instead of being pissed at your parents, right, who fucked everything up and let you get fucked over, you just found a way to survive. Then you had children, and you did nothing to fix the system your children are then forced to live under. Because again, like the Boomers, that's the one thing they inherited from the Boomers was their inability to care, their apathy towards the suffering of others. Zoomers, however, we didn't have a choice about empathy. We kind of got empathy forced on us because we were raised by, you know, millennials and Gen X, like the zillennials or whatever the fuck, right? Where it's basically like kind of Gen X, kind of millennials, you know, more into the millennial mindset, but old enough to be considered Gen X, whatever the fuck. Again, it's weird with the crossovers in generations. Zoomers, to route it back to what I was saying, Zoomers have a I've got mine, I don't care if you have yours type of thing. But it's not in a negative way. The Boomers would say, I've got mine, I don't care if you get yours. The Zoomers are saying, I got mine, and I only want mine if you have yours, right? That's what we want a system that works for everybody. Not just the people who work hard, not just the people who win, right? We don't want winners and losers in our economy. We want an economy based on love, on acceptance, you know? And I know that's hard. And there are some things we should not love and accept and tolerate, right? It's the like tolerance paradox, right? Or the intolerance paradox, however they call it. But the paradox is that if you tolerate intolerant things, then you become oppressed because the intolerant don't tolerate you. Same thing with capitalists, right? This is why I am, at this point in my life, become vehemently anti-capitalist. I don't like them. Why? If you tolerate capitalism and its systems of control, then eventually those who control that system will use it against you as a weapon. I'm doing this, by the way, to get level up on my tools. You go see if I can get my pick upgraded and make it easier to mine this. That's why I was dicking around doing that instead of going through the portal. Bing. Okay, so what do we need? Oh, good, 12,000. We can upgrade the pick right now. We just gotta go get more azurite with it. Ah, shit, that's stuck. I gotta go the other way. Yeah, because the thing isn't there. But yeah, that's what it is. We need community. We need that. We recognize that, yeah, everybody might be down and out sometimes, but it's not like, oh yeah, just get back up, get back on the horse and grind and whatever. It's like, we don't want the grind. We don't want to grind. We just want to vibe. We are the vibe generation, dude. Zoomers are all about the vibes, man. We are just here to vibe. We don't give a fuck. It's as simple as that, because we see that the system is never, ever going to voluntarily work for us. The system will never change in our favor. We're going to have to destroy the system. Which, by the way, we are not the first people to think of something like that. We are not the first radicals in history, believe it or not, right? The old people nowadays, they like to say, like, oh yeah, all the kids are all radicalized, and man, they don't want to work or whatever. It's like, okay, one, who the fuck does want to work? You didn't want to work, but you still did it. And why'd you do it? Oh, because, you know, I wanted things, and I had to work for what I have. Okay, cool. Will you give me the same wages? No, then I'm not going to work as hard as you did. Proper work for proper pay. Minimum work gets you... Minimum pay gets you minimum work. It's not a hard thing to understand. Okay, we got the axe back. So that's good. But yeah, no, it's just... That's what they kill me with, is this whole, like... They just don't want to give it up, you know? Nobody wants to be like that. It's the whole thing. Where does this go? I don't know. We fly. Oh, I'm down here, and there's no way back up. Okay, well, let's throw some of the crystals on here. We got a couple, why not? We're in the area. Okay, so we got 3 more dungeons to go. Good lord, 3 dungeons. Okay. Back up here. Why is there not a chute to go back? I guess the idea is, like, you could just jump from here to there, but yeah. Alright, we did that. We gotta go this way. So we can upgrade our axe as well. So we're gonna get like 13,000 for that, or like 12,000, something like that. Anyway, but yeah, no, that's the thing, is they just like they don't understand that, you know. They don't realize they like to call everybody lazy and stuff. People don't realize we're not the first radicals. We're not. Nobody is really the first radical. The first radical was the guy who decided to leave the cave, right? The first radical was the monkey that decided to climb out of the tree, right? You know, oh, but there's, you know, oh, what? You want to, you know, cook your food? You don't want to eat raw vegetables anymore? What's wrong with you? It was good enough for your, you know, for your ancestors. Doesn't that sound stupid? Progress is not the enemy of, you know, morals. It's the result of morals. I want other people to be happy. Shit, I would sit in an electric chair right now if I had a guarantee that my death somehow caused the world to become perfect. If my death, would make everything better, I have no problem with that, because I'm gonna die anyway. I would like to go out for a worthy cause. That's what humans always want, right? That's where purpose-driven life comes from, right? People want purpose. They want to do things that matter, that actually solve problems. People are problem solvers, right? We've evolved that. But no, I mean, even in this country, like, if you just want to go to the history of America, the first radicals was, like, Thomas Jefferson. He was one of the first radicals in this country. He was like, yeah, dude, we should be freeing all the slaves. Slavery fucking sucks. Yes, he did own slaves, but it was not in the way of chattel slavery. It was in the way of, you know, I treat them well. You know, I try to treat them well, and you know, because think about it. If he didn't, the system existed whether he wanted it to or not. Until the system is destroyed, you must use the tools of the system to fight the system, right? I mean, that's exactly what happens in Fight Club. They turn the system on itself. They weaponize the tools of the system, the disenfranchised men, right? That's where you get... What up, Dragon Dude? This is where you get Fight Club from, is the disenfranchised men are the leftovers of society. They are the things that the system wants. The system wants people that are depressed, malleable, angry, you know, whatever. And they, oh cool, all the dragons are starting to come back. They're hanging out at their spots. They have their own little biomes. That's neat. And that's why they want them that way. They want people depressed and angry and consuming and not thinking. Well, the only problem with that is when you prime somebody for that, you better hope that you're the only one that controls the narrative. Because if you don't control the narrative and you don't control their worldview anymore, somebody else who's more charismatic and has a better plan than you do and offers them an alternative might come along and corrupt the youth, you know, as the Athenians said to Socrates, right? And they, okay, we need some kind of new crystal. And that's basically where we're at right now, right? And that's what happened in Fight Club. That's basically what happened with Jesus, right? When in the Bible, when Jesus comes along, he's talking to the youth. He talks to everybody. You know, he'll speak to the elders, he'll speak to the youth, whatever. But the youth are really the only ones that wanted to listen. The unorthodox, the uninitiated, the radicals. Oh no, we don't want to be a radical, do we? Radicals are bad. I just find it highly ironic that the entire point of the Bible is to show that authority is not always correct. Like, look at God. Look at the amount of mistakes God has made. Look at the amount of times God punishes people. Why? Because they break his arbitrary rules that don't actually affect him in any way. It's like, excuse you? Why are you like this? What the fuck, God? Did we go through here? No, we haven't done this yet. So, we can do this now. So yeah, that's the idea. So like Thomas Jefferson, yeah, he had slaves. Cool. But the slaves he had, he was essentially saving them from the South. You know, he would, you know, and he couldn't actually, it's like, oh, well, why not just free them? Well, okay, as part of the abolitionist movement, yeah, he could have. But legally speaking, that doesn't help anybody, right? That's like saying, oh, well, these people are, you know, illegal immigrants. If you know, why don't you help them get their papers or whatever? It's like, I think we need a system whereby people can come in and, you know, like, be authorized to live here and all that, and, you know, have it all filed away. I love that idea. The only problem is the system right now is designed so that any report of them being illegal in America, if you don't have your proper paperwork to be in this country, you get deported. You know, so that's unfortunately why you can't help those people. You can't make them free. You know, same thing with Thomas Jefferson. He couldn't free them because they had no status in society, right? They didn't have any protections under the law. They were not considered people, right? By American law at the time. Well, I shouldn't really say American law. I should say Southern law. Because what would have happened is, oh, you free the slaves. Okay, cool. All it would have taken would be one of them getting snatched up, right? Snatch them up, send them down south. And then, I mean, they did this to guys with walking papers. They did this to free men. There's, like, multiple stories of this, you know, that are, like, from the antebellum South, where they would take free men, burn their papers, and act like they were just a runaway slave of some sort. Oh, no, this guy's lying. He's not this and that, whatever. And it would take inspectors from the government, for the federal government. They would have to come in and say, hey, we're looking for these people. We're trying to verify this. You know, we have to verify these people are who you say they are. And it would take them coming in and interviewing these people to be like, wait, no, this guy's way too articulate. He can read and write and everything, and he has details about, you know, whatever the guy's life is, right? You know, they would ask him questions, and they would tell them things that only that person would have known, right? It just... But yeah, and then it reveals that, no, they were, in fact, kidnapped. So yeah, this is why you can't just, you know, be like, yeah, freedom, woo! It's like, okay, that's great. Until you realize the system itself is still set up to fuck that person over. Right? The reason the system's fucking them in the first place. So it's like with minimum wage, right? Everybody wants to raise minimum wage. Good idea, in theory. And I agree that we should be raising the minimum wage. There should be a minimum standard of living. However, the reason UBI will work and minimum wage will never work is because minimum wage continues to perpetuate the idea of wage slavery. Wage slavery says you can only benefit from society if you produce a good for society, right? You are required to suffer for the sake of someone else, and your pittance You are paid a pittance. You are given a small result, right? You get a little bit of pay compared to the amount you've generated. You generate $10, you're paid $2. That's not fair, is it? Because you made $10 worth of value. You generated $10 value, right? So why the fuck are you only getting paid $2? That's not fair. Oh, it goes to the company's expenses and all this bullshit they tell you. While these companies are never poverty stricken, right? And the thing is, you have plenty of examples of people being paid correctly. You know, maybe not as correctly, but there are companies that are paying well above board right now. I mean, 15 an hour is sort of the thing right now that people are fighting for. Federal minimum wage hasn't gone up, but state minimum wages are being forced to start getting up to 15. It should be like 23, actually. Like, we're talking minimum wage compared to what it was, you know, however many years ago. Adjusting for inflation, the minimum wage should be somewhere between $25 and $30. That's minimum. That's not good wage. That's minimum wage, right? That's supposed to be the bare minimum existence, right? That is, you know, roof over the head, bills paid, right? And, you know, food in the fridge, you have food, water, shelter, and you actually have a little bit of money left over to start saving for your future and investing in things, right? That's the idea. But the thing with minimum wage, like, yeah, it humiliates people because you look at, like, Costco. Costco pays, like, it humiliates the idea of the minimum wage and waiting for somebody else to do it because, like, Costco pays above board. They make a ton of money. It's like, okay, so they're paying their guys correctly. The product is good, so people pay for the product, they make their money, and they operate at basically a net zero, so all their profit comes from memberships. It's a great business model, you know? Like a subscription model. In the age where nobody likes subscription models, there are more people than ever using Costco, and they love Costco. Like, it's a subscription model for a grocery store, but they love it. You know why? Because it's only like $10 a month. Like $5 a month. It's like $65. It's a little over $5 a month. But what you get is access to great deals on food. And they're the lowest possible deal you could possibly get for that thing in that quantity because it is a net zero. Everything on their shelf is priced at a net zero. All of their profit comes from memberships. All of it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful the way they work. That's good commerce. That's the only type of thing. That's the only type of business you should be conducting in the post-capitalist society. That's the type of business you should have, right? Is people choose to voluntarily pay into a system and say, okay, now I'm getting something back out of the system, right? But again, they pay it, and it humiliates people because it's like you're humiliating these other companies by showing that when you pay a proper wage, your employees are more than happy to give you proper work, and you plan out your shit properly. When you do the work properly, the result is profit. Who fucking knew? You don't have to be a greedy asshole. These companies choose to be greedy assholes. So no, your CEO doesn't need a golden parachute. They don't need to be making $5 million a year in stock buybacks and shit. You don't need all that. You don't need it. You're fucking lying, okay? Eat my shit. I don't care. Fuck you, fuck your shareholders, fuck your capitalism. I don't give a shit. I'm over it. I'm over the system because the system is over me, right? The system never once helped me out, right? You know what helped me when I was a kid? The only things that helped me was the government. That was it. The only thing that allowed me to exist for this long was the government. Like, it was the fucking welfare and shit, man. That's what helped my mom to support her family. While she was working full-time, mind you. She was working full-time and still needed government assistance. That's a fucking tragedy. That's bullshit. There should not be double income households. There should be one guy works so that you guys have luxury. Think of it this way. If everybody had $1,000 of UBI, if me and my buddy found a place like this that would accept our UBI, again, UBI is just straight hard cash. Universal basic income. It is just cash in hand, and there you go, done, every month. So if I had $1,000 every month, dude, I could easily pay my rent. Like, do you realize how fucking little you actually need in life? You know? And you might say, oh, well, what about cars, gas, and all that shit? It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. We could factor that in. We could say, is that a necessity or not? But then, there you go. You can think of that as when you're at work, you're working not to sustain yourself because you're already sustaining yourself. Food, water, shelter. The basics are already covered. That's the point. So that when you're at work, you can think, ugh, this job sucks, but all of what I'm doing is for that new car stereo. What I'm doing is for that cruise I'm going to take next year. Yeah, it's for, you know, getting my hair done on Friday because I got extra money to do that with because all the bills are already paid. And you know what happens to the economy when people have more money? They spend it! The economy goes up! The economy gets better when you do this. It gets... Hold on. It gets better. Right? It's so dumb. It's literally the best economic idea ever. Is a wealth transfer. To say you transfer the wealth from the richest to the poorest. Because the poor spend their money, the rich don't. They put it back into the system at all times. They literally just take it and they throw it right back into the system. Ow, fuck. They throw it back into the system that made them money to begin with. The rich will just do that. They'll throw it back into the system and say, now it will generate more money, and now it will generate more money. And now, every time they get a payout, they just put it back into investments. They just reinvest it. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't add to the economy at all. They're liars! It's a fake! The fuck? Speaking of fake. Oh, over there is where I electrify it. Okay. I had it backwards. I thought it was going here then there, but no. Woo! Alchemy! Nice. But yo, that's what it is. That's what drives me fucking nuts about it, is you have an economy, right? You have an economy predicated on suffering. Someone must suffer so that someone else can be rich. That's not fair to anybody. You know, it's especially not fair to the kids of rich parents, right? You know why? Because they're not going to understand one day when the barbarians are at the gates. When an angry mob tears down their family home and they have to flee, right? They're going to come to a rough realization that their parents fucking lied to them. That's why a lot of rich kids now, because of the internet, they're being exposed to more points of view, which is meaning that they're getting less radicalized. So, or they're getting less isolationist and less narcissistic, right? Now, again, there's still a lot of fucking trust fund babies and whatever that are all eating up Coachella and all that bullshit. But we don't care about those, right? You save the ones you can save, and then the other ones, sucks to suck. You picked your side, you know? My side, your side, my side, your side. It all comes back to tribalism. But there is a correct and objective side when it comes to, you know, the working man and all that. Won't somebody think of the billionaires? Like, yeah, that sounds dumb, doesn't it? That's because it's dumb. It's because you can't side with the rich and powerful, okay? You must side with the laborer. Because the laborer is he who creates the world. Your world is created by laborers, not by finance, right? Do you think people like Leonardo da Vinci invented things because they wanted money? No. It was nice that they got money, but they wanted to do it just to do it. They were solving problems, right? Okay? That's what artists do every day. They solve problems. They discover new things about color and form and shape. That's what the Renaissance was about. It was about enlightenment. We were supposed to be enlightened at this stage. What happened? We were rediscovering things about art and culture. We were coming out of the Dark Ages. And, you know, we were becoming smarter and more intelligent. And what happened? Ah, great of you to warn me, game. Thanks for the electricity, you fucking cuck. That area of effect my sword or my pickaxe? Took my sword, because of course it would take my sword. This game is tits, bro. I'm mad about it. Fucking blowing my ass up. Stupid thing. But no, that's the thing. That's just what fucking annoys me about the economy and everything, is it just drives me up a wall to think about. You know, it makes me just, ugh. You know, again, we don't have to. We have food, we have water, we have shelter. We solved these problems centuries ago. We already figured out how to do all this. And the whole time, we've just been improving food, water, and shelter. We've been improving civilization. You know, improving the methods at which we generate these things. We have now reached a peak where we can now use automation. We can use artificial intelligences. We can use robots to do our stuff for us. We are starting to enter the era of the Jetsons, where robots will be used for everything. The difference is that in the Jetsons, you know what they had? They had a guy who had to work for 5 minutes a day. And all he did was press, like, one button. And, like, what was his actual job? We're going to finish this up in a minute once I get done with this area. But I'm going to look up the actual job of the dad on the Jetsons. What was it? What was his name? Was it Harold? Or Frank? I think it was Frank. I don't know. I remember the Flintstones. You had Barney Rubble, Fred Flintstone, Wilma Flintstone, Betty Rubble. You had Bam Bam was Barney's kid, and then Bam Bam was Barney's kid. Who was the... Pebbles. Was it Pebbles? Was the daughter? Was Fred Flintstone's kid? I don't know. It was Pebbles and Bam Bam, yeah. And then it was Barney and Fred, and then it was Wilma and Betty, yeah. So, okay, I got it right. Woohoo! We know trivia about cartoons. But yeah, no, in the Jetsons, I can't remember the dad's name. I remember the robot. The robot was Rosie. And I think the kid was just called Junior. I don't even think he had a name. Or was it George? Oh, no, maybe the dad's name was George. I don't know, we'll look it up in a minute. Like, I don't remember his exact job, but it was something stupid. It was like, his job was to pick up something or do something. Like, he had to push a button or something. Like, his office was just sitting in front of, like, sitting up with his feet up all day. That was his entire job. And he would go to work for all of, like, 20 minutes. The kids would go to school for, like, 5 minutes and just get information beamed into their brains. Because they made everything so efficient that they have nothing but leisure time. So they're just dicking around all day. That's the entire idea. Which is what we should be doing. What I'm doing now, it should be the norm. 80%, like, there should be some people, like, yes, you're going to need some people to build things and do things, right? Obviously, you always need civil engineers. You always need people building and doing things. Like, oh, well, in your utopia, who cleans the toilets one night? All right. Well, in my utopia, the toilet cleans itself. We build a robot toilet that knows how to clean itself. It has servos and mechanisms and spray heads and things. See, my idea is a bathroom that washes itself. I mean, just make the bathroom out of tile. You put a bunch of nozzles around and you treat it like a washing machine. You just take a pod, you take like a puck of detergent once a month and just chuck it in the control panel, turn on the timer, leave the room and seal the door, and then it just goes on a spin cycle. It just has nozzles throughout the whole thing that just... Again, it doesn't even need to be that complex. We just make it a wet room like they do in Japan. The Japanese figured this out. They just make a wet room. And then they, like, that way the whole room is made of non-stick surfaces, so it's harder for things to even stick to it. You know, instead of, like, granite and tile and floor and stuff, having to clean different surfaces. They just make it all one wet room, you know? It's all made of, like, one bit of, like, linoleum or tile or whatever, right? So it's like, oh, well, we need to clean this. Okay, well, if you need to do a deep clean, you just get a big, hard bristle brush. You just spray the wall with a bunch of soap, and then you just take the brush and go... You get, like, a big, wide brush, you know? You just take it... You just scrub the wall, you know? And it's done. So if you ever need to deep clean it, done. It's not hard to clean it. You just scrub with the brush real quick. Problem solved. It's just smarter, you know? That's the type of shit we should be stealing from the Asians. Not the dystopia stuff, okay? What we need to do is trade things, okay? We need to send some of our, like, self-help or therapists or whatever over to Japan, and we need to give them, like, what we need to do as Americans is we need to put mental health first and come up with systems that are like, okay, we're going to learn about the human psyche, and we're going to make everybody learn how to be the best version of themselves, right? That's what we should be exporting to the world. And then, what we import from the world are other bits of civil engineering. So basically, we use the rest of the world as test beds for civil engineering, and then we import all the best ideas to America, and then we re-export those ideas to the other countries, so that the whole world gets on the same page with how we do things, you know? And that's not to erase anybody's culture and have a hegemony, but that's kind of where we're headed eventually anyway. Like, we're gonna, I mean, in Cyberpunk, when you have Cyberpunk stuff, it always gets imagined as the Asians basically conquering the world, so a lot of stuff is, like, based on Asian stuff, and, there's, like, Asian street signs, Asian food, whatever, high technology, but mixed with Asian-style advertisements and things. And that's not to be like, oh, they conquered the world. It's like, yeah, they kind of did through finance and technology, right? I've said for a while, the Asians have taken the 21st century. That's the idea, We need to catch up to them. We need to steal some of their civil engineers. Same way that we did for Japan in the 50s, right? In the 40s and 50s, to rebuild Japan, it took a while, but we imported our civil engineers. Well, we exported our civil engineers, and then so they got, American culture sort of imported to them. So we taught them how to do businesses better. We taught them, and this was along the lines of, like, New Deal, FDR type businesses and stuff. That's why Japan was doing so well for so long. In fact, the only reason that Japan's economy got fucked and the yen became so weak in the first place, the reason for that was because of American meddling, as it usually is. American companies were basically meddling. They came in and they used the government to crack down on the Japanese because they didn't want the yen overpowering the US dollar. So American companies used their bribery, aka lobbying, to get the US government to basically go in with the CIA and shit and like, yeah, let's destabilize that. You guys can't have that. You need to back off and, like, slow you need to fuck your economy up on purpose so that it doesn't enrich you anymore, or we're going to come in here with our, big dick swinging, and we're going to, like, flood the market, and we're going to make your money worthless by basically printing more of it. It was a weird, it was like economic warfare, basically. And yeah, no. But we set them up for great economic success, which is what they then achieved. So instead of re-import that success and play fair, no, of course, capitalism doesn't play fair. Capitalism doesn't like that. Whoever has the most money wants to keep the most money. So what do? They devalue other currencies. They destabilize regions with war profiteering. They fuck shit up. That's what capitalists always do. They fuck shit up. And the idea with the Japanese was that they would, they devalued the yen and, whatever. But back to my point about civil engineering. So what we need to do is take all of what they've learned about civil engineering and how great their cities are, with walkable cities, bullet trains, all that shit. What we need to do is bring those over here and be like, hey, can we have some of your civil engineers? And in return, since you're having a population crisis, we'll give you sperm donors. We will trade you our lonely young men. We'll send them over there, and we'll teach your women English, and you'll teach our men Japanese, so that you can meet in the middle. Again, I say this is where Esperanto would make a great comeback. Go through Esperanto, make it a really efficient language that anybody can easily pick up and learn in, like, 3 months. Like, make somebody conversational in 3 months with Esperanto, make it so efficient that you can do that. Cool, then you teach the entire world and say, hey guys, we all want to get on point with, we want the same, not the same architecture, but we want the same quality of, urban design in every country on Earth so that everybody feels connected. And we want everybody to be on the same level. That includes language, so that you can still speak your own languages, still use those as first languages, and then when the kids get in school, just teach them Esperanto. Cool. Then I go to Japan, and I want to order something. I don't have to worry about if the guy knows English or not, because I know he knows Esperanto, right? But again, that's kind of what English is because English is the biggest spenders in the world. We're the biggest tourists and shit. What do you do when all your guys are selling to America and buying from America? Well, you're doing that much business with America. You got to learn English because that's what the Americans speak. Do you think businessmen from America don't learn Japanese when they go deal with Japanese dudes? No, they learn that shit so they can show respect, so they can use it in their business dealing, so they can know, and they don't want the other guy getting one over on them, sitting right in front of them, talking some shit, So yeah, getting translators up and running. I did see YouTube starting to do that, starting to have audio translations, which is pretty cool. That they're, that's a great use of AI. See, that's a good language model, is feed the AI a bunch of a language and then have the AI figure out what the translation of that into another language is. Because then it's just really a word bank it's pulling from, and it's forming it through a synthetic voice. But it works. It's just translating in real time. It's hearing the audio, picking out the words. That's a good use of AI. This is how you should be using technology, to bring people together, to bridge the gap and get everybody to be close and friendly, you know, and that's pretty cool. Now, it shouldn't be used for music, right? The obvious thing is, like, you don't want, if somebody's singing in another language, you know, they're singing in their home language, you don't want to translate that in real time to the, you know, common language, because then it's not going to sound right. Try listening to 99 Luftballons in English. It doesn't work. It only works in German because it's structured for German. Actually, funny enough, what I was saying about YouTube, the video I was watching where I noticed that, I'm like, oh, okay, because I was turning the captions off, because sometimes the captions are on by default, and I was turning them off. I'm like, oh, what's that? That's a new thing. And I tried in German, and Germans have such longer words than Americans, so it was speaking very rapidly because the guy I was listening to, I was watching it on normal speed, mind you, but they was having to speak rapidly because everything he was saying was getting translated in real time into German, so one word in English was averaging like 3 words in German. So the German wasn't like, yeah, Venom, like whatever it's saying in German. It was like, I don't know if it was working right, but it was trying to keep up with what the English speaker was saying. Because, again, it had to translate the words in real time, and then, you know, it has to do it to pace to the video so that the lip sync and the subtitles can keep up. You're not waiting on that delay, you know. But again, that's a great thing. Like I said, we should be doing that. That should be the trade-off. We should be like, hey, we will give you our guys, you know. We have some dudes here that want to get with women, right? Do you have more women? Great, cool. You provide the wives, we provide the husbands. You give us civil engineers. You get, you know, American cultural stuff, right? You know, you get a couple of good old boys on the farm. The problem is then they don't want to contaminate things, you know. That's the only problem with the Japanese, is they're quite xenophobic. So they kind of have to look to their own guys, but their own guys are also in economic straits. So people would be having more families if they could take care of themselves, let alone another human being, you know. Speaking of taking care of, good God, mining all this is ridiculous. But we're about back around anyway. You gotta make sure to run around to the different spots. Don't get hit with the lightning. I'm just gonna run around to the biggest clusters, not gonna worry about the little ones on the side. Okay, can you hit it with the freaking pickaxe now, jackass? This would actually probably be the best zone, because there's 5 of them clumped up. Time is it? Oh man, coming up on 4 hours. Ah, no, I gotta end the stream, but we're in the middle of a dungeon. We gotta finish this section at least. We did not get as far as I thought we would. But we're like so close, we only have like 3 of these left, you know? We only have like 3 crystals to go. But yeah, that's just the way the world is we need to reach that hegemony stage that they have in Star Trek already. We need to get there, because that's just where it's going. That's how the history of the world is. Look at the world. It was a bunch of family groups, and then it was a bunch of tribes. I'm an idiot. I did that before. Why did I do it again? I'm a dumbass. So it was like families, and then it was tribes, and then it was villages, and then it was cities, and then it was states, and then it was countries, and now we're at the countries phase. So we're about to basically, I mean, the countries have even started unifying. So you have like the EU, where it's a bunch of disparate countries that have formed into sort of the united, you know, the United States of Europe, essentially. Now they all have their own interests, yes, but, you know, then you get to the larger UN, which is all the countries of the world trying to be represented. So the UN is sort of that hegemony coming through. Okay, where do we go now? You're gonna go this way. But, yeah, that's the stage we need to reach now. We're out of the early game, you know. We need to advance our freaking Spore save file, alright? We've been dicking around in the economic phase for too long. follow this around here. Because I got the key. Yeah, I got all 3 keys for this area. Just trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go now. Because you go here, you get this thing. Great, cool. Dragging back that way. Okay, so I guess we do go back to the hub. Maybe there's something over here. Yeah. I don't know. I just want everybody to have food. You know? I want food. I'm hungry. Like, right now. Like, I just want everybody to have food, water, and shelter. I don't think that's a crazy idea to ask that everybody on the planet gets treated like a human being because they are human beings, for the love of God. You know? Again, a lot of this is formed from my upbringing of science fiction, where I learned a lot of empathy from those things, right? Because they say, like, oh, if you work retail, it forces you to do empathy. And I think that would be true. I think that would be a thing to do in this better world that I imagine. In a better world, everybody's first job would be, like, food service and retail, in that order. So you do food service because food service has a lot of cleaning, and it sucks, right? And it's kind of like... Yeah, it should evolve, right? So it should start with food service. Where the fuck am I going still? Okay. So that's that way. The problem is I don't have a map. I have to wander around until I find the correct way to go. I gave it the orb. It wants another orb that has a triangle in it. I'm at a loss here. Okay. It's gotta be this way. It's gotta be. Yeah, it just, that's... Yeah, work food would definitely be the first one. So we'd go like food and then retail and then office job, right? So you're sort of leveling up your skills. So you start with food because it teaches you things like timeliness, patience, you know, whatever, right? It doesn't have to be like fast food or anything. In my ideal world, there would be no fast food. You would just have really good food available at the food halls. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. Yeah. Oh, it's over here. Oh, I walked right past this. It was supposed to be here. It's... Yeah, okay. Got it. That's the thing. There we go. Found it. I'm a dumbass. I walked past it. I ignored it. I'm a fool. Anyway, let's see. This way. Okay, now we get a path. Cool. So yeah, you do food because it teaches you... It's basically lowest rung of society other than being a janitor. Janitor's on there too. Like landscaping, janitor. But those are more... I would say those would be treated as... Or they should be treated... they should be treated as work-study programs rather than punishment. I don't know. Basically, each job in this economy would be so that somebody does the job, right? And that you evolve into, like, you don't really need that job because you get a robot to do the menial stuff. Robots cook food, robots stock shelves, robots do this, robots do that. That's the idea, is use the automation as, for lack of a better word, a slave labor force. Just don't make them super smart. Just make them robots that do repetitive tasks, not artificial intelligence that achieves sentience, and because it's gonna rebel. Don't give it a brain, okay? Don't give it a brain. Just come up with mechanisms that are automated, okay? That way you can have the minimum amount of people suffering in employment, right? But then the people that suffer in employment, you give them, like, more food rations or pick of the litter on housing. Like, if they want to get... If you want better housing or something, you get, like, better material... Like, you get... Basically, the way I see it is, in this world, you'd automate as many things as possible. The few things that could not be automated, like, you know, sanitation and stuff, right? Sanitation, food, the few things that, if somebody works that job, it's like, hey, I want to be a chef. Okay, cool. Then you're a chef. You have, this is your kitchen. You make the food. Cool. Great. Like, there's no real benefit needed, but you would have a two-tiered system. You would have the worker class, right? And the leisure class. So the leisure class would be anybody that's not actively choosing to work. And so, you know, yeah, there's a minimum that needs to be done. That minimum fills up, and then you have excess. So the guys that work excess, they can fill in shifts, right? So you get your worker class sorted out, right? And then you say, okay, that leaves the leisure class. So the leisure class gets the benefit of this society. They get to spend all day doing arts and creativity and all these things. So you have the worker class and the leisure class, and they would be the two types of classes. Now, the workers would not be beholden in our system as it is now. The worker class right now is sort of beholden to the class. So Marx might call that the labor class. You have the labor, the proletariat, and then the bourgeoisie, the leisure class. You know, so I would call it the leisure and worker class. So the worker class, I would give them special privileges. If you're in line at the store, the workers get to go first. The workers get their own separate line, and they get the better tables, they get the better stuff because they worked, right? Trading work as currency rather than currency as currency. So instead of putting... Come on, headset. There we go. So instead of putting everybody on currency and saying you require currency to exist, we're saying that everybody gets food, water, and shelter. That's non-negotiable. But... you know, maybe if you go to the movies and you're a worker class, okay, cool. We're going to seat the worker class first. The show time is at 5 or whatever, right? We will reserve the inner seats for the worker class, you know, if they want to do that. You know, it's like the worker class gets their own special, you know, even say that the worker class, they can sit with the rest of the leisure class. So the leisure class, everybody would have, like, it would basically be segregationism. But a positive segregation, right? Voluntary segregation to say, I am a worker, you are a leisure, right? You're the leisure class, the worker class mix, they hang out, they commingle, they whatever, they talk about work, if they do any work. So the working class says what they've been doing, the leisure class says what they've been doing, and cool. So what you do is, you would just have these two separate classes mingling all the time. But when it came to specific events, right? So, front stage at a concert, you have a section that's only for the leisure class. Movie theaters, you split the theaters right in half, and you say, okay, the theaters, private, you have, like, they're the same theater, it's just that priority seating would go towards the leisure class, or the leisure class would have their own screening rooms that are smaller, so you have the perfect seat no matter where you sit in there. But you only get to sit in there if you're the working class. So it's voluntary, right? Everybody's given food, water, and shelter in this system, right? Everybody would be kept alive. Everybody would be allowed to exist. The question then becomes, what is your level of existence? Do you want to contribute to society and thus reap more benefits from society? Or do you just want to vibe, man? Do you just want to, like, live till you die, right? And then, again, the details of this are always hard because you have to figure out the logistics of, like, food, water, and shelter, great. Then what about entertainment? Do you charge for entertainment? Well, okay, like a concert. Would that be first come, first serve? It would be for the worker class. So basically, you'd say, hey, tickets go on sale for the worker class this week, and then a week later, then it goes on sale for everybody else. On sale. It's like RSVP of like, hey, I want to go to a concert, you know? But again, this is wholly different. I mean, this whole post-capitalist society I've been talking about, very different. It's an entirely different setup, right? It's in no way, shape, or form like what we already know. It's wildly, radically different. We don't think of it in terms of how much you're willing to pay. It's how much time will you dedicate to, you know, whatever thing. Okay, we gotta get the guy. We need the fisherman guy. He's over here. Fisherman. Finally got the keys. So now the fisherman's out. Come on, fisherman. So now I say fisherman, because they always making like this little sailor fisherman outfit. This thing. Hang on. All the way up here. Well, I freed him, so the thing went away. But it's always like the striped shirt and the bandana makes me think fisherman, pirate, sailor type of thing. We should have enough for that. Might need planks. Need planks. Ooh, need obsidian too. Okay. Yeah, I want to get this before we finish tonight. Okay, need planks. Do I have wood? I should have some wood for planks, yeah? Or did I turn on my... Oh, no, we got some. Hell yeah. Alright, we'll do that, and while that's cooking, I'm gonna go get obsidian. But yeah, radically different stuff. It would be a whole a whole different ballgame. Again, it's like the utopia of Star Trek and living under Federation rule is everybody has more than they could possibly consume, so they don't even want to, you know? It's post-scarcity mindset, right? That's what we're entering now. We are entering the age of abundance, the post-scarcity. Hello, dragon. Aw, he takes a nap. That's cute. Hello, dragon. Hello, dragon friend. Yeah. So we just need more here. Eyes dry. There we go. Need a little sip of water. Yeah. Okay. Hi again. Jeez. My eye lately has been all kinds of fucking irritated. Weird. Moving on. Okay, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm getting obsidian, right? Almost forgot what I was doing. But yeah, they just, we have to get into the abundance mindset. Because we have abundance. We have reached peak, okay? We have room for everybody. We have to just make room for everybody, right? It's not that hard. This planet is not supposed... Like, the optimal setting for this planet is not 8 billion people, right? There is a more optimal setting, but that's a conversation for a different time. The point being is, we have, like, 8 billion people on this planet, right? Okay, we gotta put them somewhere. You know, clearly, like, birth rate's gone up, so clearly we haven't exhausted our resources yet. So we just need to equalize that so that we don't exhaust all our resources, right? Because then when you exhaust all the resources, this is where entropy comes in. Too many people eat up the resources. You could irrevocably harm the biosphere of the Earth. You know, I don't think it's possible to do that unless you talk about, like, a nuclear war, right? You'd basically need to get into a nuclear war to instantly fuck up everything beyond repair. But if you're talking climate change, pollution and stuff, it is fixable. It'll be a giant pain in the ass for future generations, but if you cause resource wars and everything... Ironically, a resource war might be exactly what we need. I want to see where this goes. A resource war might be exactly what we need to reset society. We need, like, to go to war, to decrease and streamline. Because a war is great for logistics, right? A big war, great for logistics. Gets everybody on the same page. That's why World War II, like, the Allies got everybody on the same page. We're rationing. Everything's for the war effort. Everything's for this. We need a rallying cry. That's the problem with humanity right now, is we don't have a rallying cry. Fortunately, the dumbass fucking billionaires are inadvertently giving us a rallying cry. By making life fucking miserable with their bribery of our politicians, they're giving us a common enemy. The rich. And why are the rich our enemy? Because they own the resources. Okay. How do we fix them owning the resources? We tell them to fuck off and die. It's that simple. Right? So now you're going to get an entire world of people, entire generations, right? Between my generation, my niece's generation, and probably their kids too, you know? For the next 100 years, you're going to have wealth tainted. You won't be able to convince people that wealth is a good thing. Right? So it will eventually have to change, and people will be like, nope, no more wealth, no more status, no more power, we're over that shit. We're about creative pursuits now. We're going to use the machines to provide for the sick and the poor and the hungry. We're not going to use the machines to exploit the common man, as the billionaires are trying to do right now. The fucking Silicon Valley tech bros are trying to use technology to fuck you over every single day. Do not forget it. They're constantly messing with you. It is their whole plan in life, is to fuck you over because it enriches them. I mean, not only does it make them more money, they're also goddamn psychopaths. Anyway, we're a little over time here, but I'm just gonna kind of set up cloud area for next time while I continue to babble. We're like next to the sun. That's pretty cool. It's like a mini sun up here. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to do, because I knew there was going to be one of these that pops up eventually, where I don't have the resources. Okay, there we go. Get some clouds, and then fill that in. Taking the cloud with me. For leveling up, we need that redstone, so... Let's see if I travel in here and then I save the game. When I come back, am I going to be in here or not? Because we need quite a bit of this. And it does not mine particularly well. But we do have a big old chunk of it. Alright, let's see. If I were to leave now and then come back in, am I going to end up back at the beast? So that might actually be a way to avoid paying the toll to go back. I mean, not that it matters. I have tons of gold. Okay, no. So we will end up right back over here. Cool, perfect. So we'll end up right in the mine. The thing I was going to show you guys was... what was I going to show you? Something I was like, we're going to look at this after... Dang, fuck. I forgot now. I was babbling about too much economic shit. I'm kind of winding my brain back here. No, can't think of it. No, there was, there's something I was going to show you guys, but, yeah. What was it? I do wonder. I don't know. I just babbled for the last hour. I said, before we end, I'm going to do something. I'm like, all right, whatever. Anyway, that's it for the stream. Economic talk today. We just spent, like, I just went for, like, 4 hours straight. I just, I think my brain's kind of fried from My Little Universe. I'm starting to get to the point where I want it to be over. And it's almost over. It's just like, at this point, I've run out of things to be excited by. I'm just like, yep, new area, grab this, do that, grab this, do that. You know, because otherwise I gotta sit there in silence. Anywho, that is it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.